Hello and welcome to TPK Roleplay. I am Proper Nerdy, and today we are playing City of Mist, a role-playing game by Son of Oak Game Studio. This is my first time trying this system, and the first time my players have ever played it. Just like our normal games, you can interact and affect how the game will go. We tweeted them earlier at TPK Roleplay, and I've included them to the right here. So just like normal, you can donate 100 bits, 500 bits, or make a $5 donation. For 100 bits, one player takes one tier less on their next status. For 500 bits, the next encounter will be slightly harder. For the $5 donation, you can upgrade a player's next roll. So if they roll a failure, then that gets moved to a mixed success. If they roll a mixed success, they get a full success. That is a pretty big push throughout this game. There's very little rolling. You only roll 2d6. So that's going to be a really interesting one if anyone tries to use that. Also, adventure points have slightly changed to just kind of fit with the system a bit. 1,000, 2,000 are +2 and -2 to the next roll. 4,000 points gives advantage, and this system, that's 3d6 dropping the lowest. For 4,500 points at disadvantage to whomever you like, that's 3d6 dropping the highest. Remember that I don't roll any dice in this game, so you're giving disadvantage or advantage to the players. And for 1,500 points, I've adapted the mass healing word to PCs reduce the damage status by 1 tier, and that's all of them. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in the players. And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, we can get started in a moment. We'll go in overlay order, so Gabmage, if you want to go first.
Okay, so can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Just your name and your character that you're playing today.
Okay. I'm Gabrielle. You might know me as Gabmage or Gabmage Art. I am playing Baku.
Hey guys, I am MeggMysteria and I'm going to be playing Detective Enkidu.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name's EkajtheOrc, Jake, and I'll be playing Job.
Dungeonistics, I think you were muted for a second.
Forgot about that.
There we go.
All right. Good to go. All right. Hi, I'm Harley, also known as Dungeonistics, and tonight I will be playing Lily Chow.
Excellent. I'm going to start us off with some exposition. This game is very movie and comic book inspired, so let's get started. I'm making sure no one's thrown in some, hooks right from the get-go. All looks good. Now we can begin our story. The dark, overcast sky forebodes something evil hiding in the city. The people in Miller's Square are on edge, and its residents are in danger. It's another overcast, somber afternoon in the city. Traffic is nervously crawling through the rain at rush hour. Angry drivers honking at the lights while thunder rolls overhead. Somewhere in a residential neighborhood, the camera zooms in on a shabby apartment building. Oh, did I not change this? Sorry, I'm a perfectionist. Well, we tried. It's another overcast, somber afternoon in the city. Traffic is nervously crawling through the city at rush hour. Angry drivers honking at the lights while thunder rolls overhead. Somewhere in a residential neighborhood, the camera zooms in on a shabby apartment building. You see a woman with a dark overcoat pull it close to her and walk in. She approaches the old antique elevator with a golden scissor lift, closes it behind her, and ascends through the floors. As she gets out, she ducks out of view, and instead the camera focuses on a door at the end of the hallway. The glass is inscribed with a pyramid and an eye, and above the label that says, All-Seeing Eye Investigations. So let's get started with your office. This is your office, a cramped, dilapidated space that doubles as a bedroom when one of you needs a place to crash. The tiny kitchen is dirty, the floor shudders when the subway passes on a nearby rail, and at night the room is colored red by the crackling neon sign on the side of the building. This office is where you hold meetings with your barely existent clientele and where you keep most of your stuff. But while you'd like to call it charming, in truth you can only really call it cheap. Since you've met, you've been searching for answers. Answers to your own personal questions, as well as to the grand mystery. What the hell is going on in this city? You know there are others like you out there, people with legendary powers, and you know some of them are up to no good. You also know there's something covering up the tracks to make people forget. This is why you started this crew, to reach out to those few who have witnessed strange incidents, investigate them, and search for truth. So players, while I fiddle with Roll20, why don't you explain where you are and what you're doing right now? This is your office space. You can do with it as you see fit. But what's it like for an afternoon for your character? Do you come here right after work? Are you in school? What are you up to? Gotcha. Detective, this is kind of your gig. What are you doing on this afternoon? Were you working before you came? Oh, I can fix that. Give me one sec. But don't worry about it too much right now. You're not going to do a whole lot of moving around in here. And I'm still fiddling with Roll20. Oh, no. You can't hear the players at all? Let's try to fix this. No, it is added. It is added. Desktop output capture is added. I don't know why. It is. If y'all could talk for me real quick. Gosh darn it, people. Give me one sec while I fix this. It's better to get this over with now than mayhem to ensue later. We're working on it. Can you try that one more time? Just start talking. Gosh darn it.
Okay, stream without technical difficulties.
Pretty much.
I see we're already starting off with the cursed stream.
Oh, what?
Knock
That's
on wood.
so weird.
Oh. They're saying we can be heard. Hello.
Do you know what?
Hey,
I
we're
don't-
back on.
I
Oh,
don't-
was it because you didn't have Zoom popped up?
No, I think what it was, this is so stupid. The desktop output capture wasn't visible, and so therefore it was pretending
Now
it
it's a
didn't
stream.
exist. You
Do
can
we
hear
need
the
to do
eerie music.
introductions over?
All right.
I don't know, hot sec. You can hear the eerie music. You can hear the players talk. You can hear me talk. Chat, let us know.
Yeah.
It
can
says we're
hear-
good. Yes, the twinkly style music sounds golden.
Yep.
All
We're
is
going to
good.
leave it just like this and
Thank
never
you, Sir
touch
Heck-a-lot.
anything, I guess.
All right. And the
Never
song
do it
gets in the-
again.
All right. Should we do introductions again, or was that heard? Or
Yeah, let's do introductions one more time.
All right.
Just in case.
Take two.
Going in order of overlay again?
Sure.
Are we introducing ourselves or what the characters are doing?
I guess we could do both.
Let's do a little bit of both. We're now in the scene. And of course, I can't get this screen to show all of you at the same time. So this is
It
in fact
happens.
cursed. let's go with the ones I can see. This character isn't here anymore.
Does not exist.
Suddenly, so what his
Suddenly
name just
Talix
disappears.
Disappears.
Talix
Exactly.
just disappears. Bye, Call.
In the storm.
The
He's too hot. He's having too much fun.
So I asked Detective Enkidu, if they didn't hear it, introduce yourself again and explain what do you think you're doing on an average day in the city? What brought you here this evening?
So, I'm MeggMysteria. I'm playing Detective Enkidu. She is a day job. She is a detective on the local precinct for Miller's. Is it Miller Square? Yeah.
Miller Square, correct?
And she has been, she founded and has been moonlighting with All Seeing Eye Investigations. So pretty much after her day job, she comes here, and is probably over here in this office space, going through some of the reports that they've either gotten or some of the information that they've been gathering lately to see what's coming up.
Let's move on to Lily Chow.
All right. So Lily Chow, since she's currently on the run from her parents, she doesn't want to have anything that will give her location away. She's probably skipping school at this point. So when she's not running around the town trying to figure out what she can about Iron Hans, she's probably going to be here chilling, or she's going to be staying at the church with Job at nighttime. But for right now, she's on the couch. She's kind of laying across it, and she's laying back. She has a bouncy ball in her hand. She's kind of tossing it up, watching it as it falls back into her hand, just over and over again, waiting for something to kind of catch her attention. She knows that the detectives always got something going on, so she's kind of keeping an ear out for anything that'll pique her interest.
Sounds good to me. Job, why don't you go next?
All right. Just introducing myself, I'm EkajtheOrc, Jake. I think Job is he's been there with Lily since earlier that afternoon. We all came back. I think he's just kind of pacing and just kind of taking in the sights and making sure everyone's okay for the most part, and kind of waiting to hear what the detective have to say is if they've gotten any leads or anything interesting.
Last but not least, let's talk to Baku.
Okay, Baku is, I don't know, he's just kind of wallflowering it right now, and he's just he's kind of a quiet individual, and just kind of probably listening to Enkidu debrief, maybe see if there's any new leads on anything supernatural. Or maybe potentially. I mean, he'll go for anything at this point. He's kind of poor.
Give me 1 sec while Zoom is being stupid again. Perfect. Oh, that's what I did. Okay. You should all have control of your characters now if you want to be so bold.
All right.
Well, I guess this is a truly cursed stream.
Yes.
It is. I mean,
What a way to learn.
You know, it was bound to happen. It's only my second time playing. So let's get into the proper story now. See what I did there? I'm proper nerdy.
Yeah, that was funny. It actually took my dial-up brain a minute to load there.
No worries. However, so while you're all here, it is a dark and gloomy night outside. You are a bunch of investigators who have set up this investigative agency to figure out what's going on in the city. You all know you have certain powers, and you know that other people in the city also do, but maybe not as good soul as any of you in this particular room. Suddenly, the doorbell buzzes with 2 short, abrupt rings. Job, you look through the milky glass door, but you don't see a silhouette there. Players, what do you do? Job, I'm going to ask you first. In this game, we do things called taking the spotlight, and I will ask a specific character what they're going to do in a situation. Once that's resolved, we'll move on to another person, another spotlight. Job, since I said you're the one who saw that there was nothing in the door, what do you do?
Well, Detective, I don't see anyone out there. Should I open the door, or were you expecting anyone?
I don't think it's a good idea to open the door yet. Make sure. I mean, well, just things have been kind of weird lately.
You do seem to have the invisible man paying you a visit, so weird is an understatement.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is. Well, let's see. I could try to maybe perceive if there is or what is behind the door using, let's see. I could do sniff out monsters and nightmares if that is applicable. Predator senses.
Gabmage, explain what you want to do first, and then we'll adapt. We'll make that into a role if need be.
Good idea. Okay, so yeah, I would like to. Yeah,
you want to figure out what's behind the door.
Maybe try to use all my senses to perceive if there is anything or who or what is behind the door. Sure. So you that is bright. Yeah.
I think you want to investigate. I didn't realize we'd be rolling so quickly, but I guess we are now.
Let's do it.
Here we are.
First roll of the night.
You presented the invisible man. Somebody's gonna roll something.
So in City of Mist, you roll 2d6 and you add whatever power tags you think are relevant.
Okay. So I can choose what power tags I think are relevant to.
Yes, and we'll decide as a pair if we think they are in fact relevant. Okay. I have final say in saying I don't think that's going to work in this moment here. So let me know what you're thinking.
Predator senses.
Okay.
Sniff out monsters and nightmares.
Not applicable right now.
Okay. Let me see. Where's the other one?
So in this game, the players have, instead of stats, they have a list of power tags. They give them special attributes. They can be specific items they have. They can be characteristics, training, their magical powers that are related to their mythos. And that's what Baku is looking at right now.
Adapt my praise abilities. That's probably a little bit of a stretch.
Let's go with +1 power for right now. So why don't you roll 2d6 for me? And let me know what the result is.
Okay, so yeah, I got the power. Okay, and I will investigate. Okay, that is a mild success.
What did you roll?
I got a 9.
Did you add your 1?
Yes, that includes the 1.
Okay, so yes, you got a mixed success. On a 7 to 9, let's see. So on a hit, you get clues equal to power. Spend your clues 1-to-1 to ask the GM a question about the subject of your investigation or ask another player a relevant question about their character. They must give you either a straight answer or a solid lead. On a 7 to 9, they can also choose one of the following dangers. So
okay. I will choose. Okay, so I'll ask. Let's see. Is the figure behind the door, is it hostile?
There is no figure behind the door. You don't sense anything hostile.
Okay. Well, it says the clue. I'll choose the one you The clues you get are fuzzy, incomplete, or part true, part false.
That is incomplete, fuzzy, or part true, part false.
Okay, it seems safe enough.
Damn it.
Somebody say damn it.
Sorry, I did a lot of hotkeys, and evidently the number pad enter and the regular enter are the same, and I did not realize that. So I'm gonna fiddle with that while I move the spotlight over to Detective Enkidu. I know you were just eating, so take a second to chew.
Yeah.
You're in the spotlight now. What are you doing?
All right. Well, probably a combination of paranoia and just to kind of play it safe. Gonna draw my sidearm before having it kind of behind me, like off to the side of the wall here, so it's not seen. Look, don't judge me. But just gonna go ahead and open the door.
You're pulling out your gun and opening the door?
Yep. It's a little bit off to the side, so it's not like the side over here by the wall, so it's not seen. Or I guess I should be over here because it looks like the handle's over there.
That is how the map seems to be. I would show it to the stream, but, roll 20.
You can only do so much.
I can only do... Oh, wait, I can show... There we go. That's the important stuff to get on the stream is the door handles.
Yeah. I mean, it's vital to the plot.
Very important.
Very important. We can't overlook stuff like that.
I'm so glad you didn't. And you're going to give me a hot second while I add something that I forgot to add to the game.
Oops.
This is the problem with having two nearly identical games running. Cole, you can just remove this from the thing, right? That's how this works?
I don't think Cole's here anymore.
Yeah, Cole dipped a while ago.
So let's see. You guys can hear me on the Twitch, right?
Yeah, he dipped like 13 minutes ago. Yeah, we can hear you.
I know. Doors are evil.
Yep,
Doors are so evil.
We're getting no case from Twitch. They can hear us.
Yeah.
That's always a good sign.
Funny if there was a door mimic. Or not.
I worked so hard on this. I'm trying to get it for y'all.
It's
I'm
all
not
good.
sure it's gonna happen though.
Appreciate you.
Curse stream.
Shh, don't say it.
You're just gonna keep jinxing it every time you say it and make it worse. Please don't.
Well, unfortunately, I can't give you the pretty mysterious note. However, Detective, you open the door and nobody is there. Instead, you see a note on the ground. There are cutout letters arranged from magazines. When you pick it up, you can read it as, "Please help us. We are in danger. Sharks in Miller's Square." A cutout picture of a shark is glued under the lettering. Miller's Square is your home, the neighborhood where you live and you operate. Consequently, you know it's also completely landlocked. So this is your first clue, is a letter with a shark on it.
Things are unfolding.
So the story begins.
A lot of things right there. Could be a prank. I mean, could be an actual threat. Yeah, I mean, you could investigate.
You think it's loan sharks, or are we actually dealing with the fin and the teeth?
Honestly, with this city, who knows?
Possibly, maybe it's loan sharks. Maybe it's like a gang of some kind.
Detective, do you know of a gang called the Sharks?
Do I know? Do you need me to roll something to actually gauge that?
So for right now, I can give you a few clues without making any rolls.
Okay.
Detective, you work in Miller Square in Precinct 23.
Mm-hmm.
You are aware that Miller Square is a crime-ridden neighborhood with a tiny policing budget. Its denizens are often preyed upon by mobsters.
Do the mobsters have any like notable tells, or is that going to be something you need me to roll for?
Let me check. I would say you're not aware of the particular mobsters. You just know that there's some shady business that can often go down in the area, but nothing's picked up on your radar recently. Is anyone else going to look at this note?
I want to.
Lily.
I think I'm peeking over their shoulder too.
Lily, let's give you the spotlight. What are you doing?
I mostly have just like a little tiny curiosity. I don't need anything huge for it. I just want to see if the letters, you said that they're glued onto a paper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the glue like dried or is it still fresh, kind of wet? I want to see how, like, if this is a new letter or if this was prepared ahead of time. That might help us gauge if this is like the real deal or not.
I would say this is something that looks a bit rushed and a bit haphazard. You know the purple glue sticks that they like dry clear?
Yeah.
You still tell that there's some strands of purple glue sticking out of it.
Okay.
But also what you notice is you are convinced that this is a child in distress. You look at it and you realize this isn't done by an adult. This is something that a kid saw in some TV show somewhere, and they're crying out for help. So you think that this is probably a child who wrote this.
Okay. All right.
So,
then Lily is going to look at it and she, can I see that for a moment, detective? And then she's going to take that and she's going to look at it. And when she hands it back to the detective, she says, I think that a child made this. It doesn't feel like something an adult made. I don't know how to describe it. I just have that feeling that this might be a child.
Then they probably just based it off of something that they saw, not necessarily a concept like a mobster group or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a rift that
Yeah.
has the appearance or the ability of a shark.
Yeah.
So what all are we waiting for then?
Job, you said you were also looking over the shoulder of the detective reading this note?
Yeah.
So Job, as you know, as the audience will soon know, well, from looking at you, I'm sure they can tell. Job, you serve as a priest in Miller's Square, and you have ties to the community, especially through your friend Sam Saddle, the owner of the one-stop shop corner shop. But you know, for the past few days, neither Sam nor his wife Linda have been answering their phones, and they have not come to a service recently.
I got some parishioners in that area that's haven't heard from them in a while. So wonder if this might be connected to that.
Do they have a kid?
Yeah, do they have a kid?
Do I have any connections to any students that have been acting strangely lately?
Sure, yeah. Baku, you've already kind of picked up on the idea that you're connected to your mythos, your mythoi, and you just know from living in the neighborhood that this is definitely related to a rift of some kind.
Okay.
A rift, for any of the viewers, is what this world calls someone who is imbued with the powers of a myth or a legend. And that's what all our players are. And there's also a few out there in the world that are up to no good. You do know from your classes at the dojo that people have seemed not standoffish, but a little afraid. Anyone from Miller Square, from nearby, just seems a little more timid than usual. They're not giving it their all. They're late to class. They're just not doing well, but you don't know why.
Okay.
Do you want to investigate this note, or what's it called? Whoever left it for you?
I relay that fact about my students acting weirdly to the detective.
Okay.
Could be. I mean, yeah, it's a bit weird.
It's weird. If people are not showing up, if they're
Well, I mean, if there's like a student or two or something that's late, that's normal. But I mean, if it's constant, that's something to be worried about.
You've got students, I've got members in my church who aren't showing up. So we've done more on less information.
Yeah. So maybe we should talk to someone.
yeah. I think.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, I think we should. There's a couple of things that we can investigate, and
Mhm.
while she's talking, I kind of imagine that she might have either gotten or hijacked some powder. Like the dusting powder that they do.
Perfect.
Let's see if we get any actual fingerprints off of the card.
Do you have any other power tags you want to add to that?
Let's see. Do you think you're in my jurisdiction?
Not quite.
Police work, search for
Yep.
evidence.
Yeah.
Detective Enkidu has a +2.
You also have
You
plus
have a
2. You can
+2.
choose when to use that if you like.
Oh yeah, it was
the chat.
redeemed.
I'll also allow the +2s and the -2s. No, that's a lie. So you should add those before you roll.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Thank
it's
you,
not fair
Dr.
to the
Tyrant.
-2s.
Oh, that's a good. Speaking of that, can you do group checks? You can do group checks.
No, you would be
No, you can't.
one person.
Okay.
But is there anything in your crew theme that might add to this too, Meg?
Let me see. I've got office space. I've got private investigator.
Would office space count for like actually having
We'll go with
fingerprint
that.
dusting
Have the
materials?
materials, yeah.
Let's go with that. So that's 3. So roll 2d6, add 3, and let me know the result, okay?
All right.
Oof.
That was a miss. That is tragic.
You've gotten a miss. Anything 6 or less counts as a miss.
Okay. And I imagine I can't add those two retrospectively. I've already rolled.
I just said, yeah, I think it makes more sense if we say you need to add those before a roll if you want to use them.
Okay.
But
Makes
you can use them
sense.
whenever, so it's not like just your next roll. So, this is the part that I'm not good at yet. So we're going to figure this out. So basically, you don't get to ask any questions. Your investigation did not work out. You dust for prints and you mess it up. You sneeze halfway through of it and just you've touched it too much. You can't get any fingerprints off it that seem to make any sense.
The fact that it's been passed around kind of messes with things.
That's true.
I'm fine with that. That
We'll
makes
get 'em
sense.
next time.
All right. Well,
Let's get on the streets. Or
so if we
Should
want to
we-
pay a house call to a couple of these people that aren't, well, primarily your friends who aren't showing up to church.
Yeah.
So
they got a little bodega down there, so we can kind of pop by.
If we need to, I could call it 1 or 2 of my students, checking on them.
Detective, because you got a miss, as a hard move, I'm going to be adding a status to your character sheet, just so you know for the future. Basically, you used police equipment when you weren't supposed to. You technically should never have brought that home back with you or used it for personal gain. So I'm giving you the status of, let's say, embarrassed 1. Just so whenever you have to deal with someone in the police force or a boss of some kind, you'll have a kind of a disadvantage. I'm adding it now, just so you know. And I'm spelling embarrassed correct, I think. No, I'm not. There we go. So whenever we feel whenever I feel that status is going to come into play, I'll let you know, take -1 for your status of embarrassed 1. And there are other options throughout the game that you can get a chance to reduce that status or get rid of it altogether. So we'll get to those later. You said you're going to move into Miller's Square, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Welcome to Miller's Square.
Hey.
This is your home turf, and you know the scene here. Let me bring up that card. So it's still early in the afternoon when you arrive. The rain has started to fall softly on Miller Square, clogged gutters spilling noisily into tight alleys. Countless puddles cover the broken pavement, forcing you to be mindful of your steps. This run-down, working-class neighborhood is a jigsaw puzzle of tenements and townhouses divided into apartments. At the intersection of its 2 main streets, there lies the eponymous square, drab and lackluster, surrounded by a handful of stores. The first thing to catch your eyes is the corner shop convenience store, One Stop Shop, which seems to be closed off by police tape, a recent crime scene. Nearby, the only places that show any sign of life are Laser Hot Pizza, Century Laundromat, and the Miller Square Liquor Store. There are also 2 more businesses here, Los Ramos, a florist shop, and Sandra's Hair Salon. They are both closed, although it seems a bit early for that.
Oh, gosh.
Job, you've obviously noticed the convenience store first. I'm going to go over to you. What do you do?
I think I'm going to... I see police tape. Do I see, like, police activity? Or
no, it looks like it was something that was done
previously?
Previously, yeah.
Okay.
Everyone's gone and the police tape is still up, but the lights are all out. There's no one's... I don't think there's anyone there.
God, I knew I should have stopped by and check on them earlier.
Wait. Check on who? The people that own the stop shop?
Yeah. People from my church.
Oh.
They haven't been showing up lately, and well, I think we could see why.
So there's no police around. Do you think we could get a permit to investigate?
Detective? That's kind of your deal.
I don't know about us getting a permit to investigate, but I'm sure I can make a call.
Or is it easier to ask for forgiveness than permission?
Well, if you wanted to give me a chance to find out. I'm surprised I didn't hear anything about this beforehand.
I don't think I mean, it is part of what we do, but we don't want to get ourselves into hotter water than we need to. Yeah.
So let's refrain from crossing over a crime scene.
Yes.
They tend to come back and check those over. We'd also might be tampering with evidence.
Exactly. Any other, do any of the other stores seem like there's something off about them?
So you do see at Sandra's Hair Salon, there seems to be someone like pacing outside on her cell phone. And you do notice that at Los Ramos, the florist shop, there seems to be a covered up window.
Let me see. I don't want to get too close, but can I try to can I hear what the woman is she talking on the phone or is she looking at her phone?
Let's say she's looking at her phone. She's not talking on it.
Okay. Well, I'll just kind of keep a distance and just kind of keep an eye on that.
Okay.
And I'll just kind of mention to it, it's like the salon and the flower shop. Something's not right.
Do I recognize the woman that's on the phone?
You do not.
Okay.
Lily, you're you're a little younger. Maybe you're a little less cautious. What do you do?
So I'm going to try and get up as close as possible to the one-stop shop without overstepping the police tape, but I'm definitely pushing that limit, and I'm trying to peer inside.
Gotcha. Why don't you roll to sneak around?
Okay.
Let me know if there's any power tags you want to use with that.
Do I notice her trying to do this?
Well, I assume so, unless you're distracted.
Yeah, I just kind of look at the detective and kind of look back at Lily as like, kind of wondering of.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything that I could slap onto that, so that's just going to be a straight up
Okay, sounds
2d6
good.
roll. All right.
I kind of give a disdainful look. It's like, come on, really?
Oh wait, shit. We're doing roll 20 dice. Never mind. I forgot. So 4 moves. Sneak around. I got a 12.
Hey.
Nice. Good
Wow.
job.
Great success.
Sneaky.
Very sneaky.
So basically, on a success, you're going to get to do what you wanted.
Okay.
You are being very careful to make sure that no one sees you. And thankfully, no one does. There doesn't seem to be anyone at the shop. There's no one guarding the shop. As I said, the lights are out, and it looks like you could very easily walk in and no one would notice you.
Is there by chance like a mat or something outside of the door that maybe would have a spare key to the shop in, or like maybe there's something that I could potentially like look around at the corner, see if there's something hidden in there?
Sure. Again, let's do a roll. Why don't you investigate?
All right, sounds good. I have a bad feeling about this. All right, and then straight roll, because what did I get? I got an 11.
Okay.
I am killing it today.
You didn't add any power tags to that?
Nope.
So you
No
get
power tags?
one question.
Wow. Ooh.
And I have to give you a straight answer.
Okay. Is there any way that I can get inside without breaking, like, without busting the lock or something?
Let's see. What makes sense? You notice that there seems to be some like scraping at the top of the door frame, like someone has recently, or has again and again used that, has touched that area. And when you go to investigate it, you find that there is a key above the door frame. That Sam Saddle was such a lovely man. He didn't believe anyone would try to rob him, and he left the key on top of the door frame.
I'm not trying to rob him. All right, then I'm going to cross my arms as I'm looking up at it, and I'm like kind of tapping my foot, trying to figure out, do I want to just grab it, or should I be responsible and say something before I go and act? No. Okay. And she's gonna get the attention of whoever's closest, or all of them if they're all like right in that proximity. And she says, well, I know that we just said that we shouldn't cross over the tape line, but the owner seems to have left the spare key right above the door. So if we do need to go in, we can just slip in, slip out. There's no sign of struggle or forced entry. But that's just my thoughts.
Well, I mean, if the key is just right above the door, then anyone can grab it. Perhaps you should call the precinct and, with permission, get that from them.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. It's just, that's kind of your forte, Enkidu, but.
Yeah. I'll give them a call and see what I can find out.
Okay.
Right.
What are you trying to do, Detective?
I am going to contact whoever is currently on duty, or maybe my superior would actually probably have the most information.
Gotcha.
Give them a call and actually ask, like, hey, so I noticed that this is like right outside their building, right?
What do you mean?
The stop shop is like right outside of their building, or is that a little ways off? The building that they use for an office.
Your office is kind of right down the street, so this is your turf. Perhaps it's a block or two away, so it's not like you walk out and you're just across the street from the one-stop shop, but you're in the neighborhood. But you've walked into Miller Square because you had a note saying that Miller Square was in danger, and this is kind of the main thoroughfare.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just give them a call and see if we can gauge what happened. Why is there police tape here? And how come I didn't get a call? But let's see. What could I add to it? What do you think about Streets of Miller Square?
Okay.
You're in my jurisdiction.
Sure.
Move over to this next one, please. Police badge.
You're calling the police as a police officer. I'd say no.
No. Okay. Police work.
Sure.
What about search for evidence?
I'd say you're not actively searching for evidence, so no.
Okay. Office space. Probably not.
That's the one all-seeing eye.
Huh?
So why don't you? We're gonna. I'm just looking up the information. So give me 1 second, and then we'll play it out, and then I'll ask you to roll. Okay?
Okay. I do also have private investigator's license. I don't know. What do you think about that one?
But do you have a job? Do you have has someone asked you to investigate something?
Other than the kid with the note, I guess. No.
So I'd say that your private investigation is in conflict with your police work. So you'll have to convince someone. I'm going to ask you to convince someone.
Okay.
Well, you make the call, and I will come up with a voice for Captain Sheehan.
Captain Sheehan. All right.
I got a good idea. I have a good idea for voices. I watch a lot of police shows, but anyway.
I will go ahead and add the +2 for this one.
Okay. So you give a call to Captain Sheehan, and what do you say? She picks up the phone. Captain Sheehan, what can I do?
Hey, Captain, it's Enkidu here. I noticed...
Oh, hello, Detective. What are you doing calling so late? Aren't you off the clock?
I am off the clock, but I noticed that the one-stop shop on the corner here has some police tape going on around it.
Oh, well, that wasn't your case. Officer Kaminsky's taking care of that. You don't need to worry about that. That's he's got that taken care of.
Said Kaminsky's working on it.
Yes.
Let's see.
I know you're dedicated to your work, officer or detective, but I don't want you meddling around with another officer's work. We'll do it now. Let's roll to convince someone.
Okay.
And you're trying to convince her to let you go in, I assume? Or what are you trying to do?
Either get some information about what the actual case is about and get on the scene.
Okay.
I think we'll go with that first, and then maybe try to get permission.
Cool. So you're rolling 2d6 plus 5.
Ooh.
Ooh, roll high.
Well, the thing about it, Captain, is that one of my staff are concerned. They're friends with the owners, and quite frankly, I'm a little concerned too. We all know that a lot of shit's getting kind of messy lately. So don't you think perhaps the more people looking into the case, the better? As a mild success with a 9.
Wow, you had power of 5. You still got a 9.
I know.
Dang. Well, because you rolled two. Did you roll 2 ones? You rolled 1 and 3.
I probably did. Lily is taking all the high rolls.
Yeah, let the punk kid do it.
Okay.
Grab the phone. Hey,
on a hit,
kidding.
choose your relevant status with tier equal to power. Your target can choose either to take the status or give it a little but protect their own agenda, and then you did not get a 10. So why don't you come up with a status? It's going to be power 5, evidently, which I am regretting now.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry, your power was 3. That's what it was, because you had a
Yeah, the
plus 2
power
from
is
the
3.
chat. So, give a tier 3 status to Captain Sheehan, and she'll take that moving forward. If you need some, if you need me to explain the status a little more, I can do that for sure.
I think I have the idea
Okay.
of the status.
I don't quite understand status.
So for any viewers out there, statuses in City of Mist are ways to describe a situation, a person, something happening in a scene, and they affect how roles work going forward. So for example, say you have a status of gunshot 2. If you have to do anything that's somehow related to using your body, that, physical exertion, that might be a detraction from what you're doing. Similarly, NPCs can get statuses in the same way. So whatever the status detective uses on Captain Sheehan, whenever someone tries to interact with Captain Sheehan in the future, she'll have that status as a kind of a negative status or negative effect. But it can also be good. So one of the characters that's not playing today has the power over the rain. So perhaps rainy or wet might be a good thing. And so a story tag like it's raining could be an improvement. So you're giving a status like a quick blurb with a tier to Captain Sheehan. And what were you thinking, Meg?
I'm thinking either understanding or empathetic. I think understanding would probably be more appropriate because it's a work.
So we'll give Captain Sheehan a status of tier 3 that is, you said understanding?
Yes.
Get my sticky notes out. So I'm going to write this down.
I have to step away for a second.
Take your time.
So, DM question about the statuses
Yes.
and such. So that, if you go to the character sheet, do you use the tracking cards?
Yeah, so if
statuses?
you were to
Okay.
take a status, you would use the tracking cards.
Okay. And then I
Um,
would just write out whatever the thing is in tag.
Whatever the tag
and then
is,
the numbers.
none of the tier, yep.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
Cool beans. You back?
Yep.
Excellent. So you got a 7 to 9, so they'll give it a little but protect their own agenda. And so you were asking for more information about what happened to you, right? So Captain Sheehan, she sighs a second and says, okay, you're one of our best detectives, and I do appreciate all the hard work you put into this. It's just real sad what happened there. I just didn't want you to get involved. Well, I don't know if you knew him, but the owner, Mr. Saddle, well, he hung himself recently, and so unfortunately he died in the early hours of the morning, and someone called it in because he wasn't answering the door. But it's really unfortunate, honestly.
That's unfortunate.
Who called it in?
They didn't say. Someone anonymous.
Huh.
Is the woman who's talking on the phone still walking around?
In the salon.
Yes,
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on her.
She's leaning against the wall, and she's just using her phone. Looks like she's waiting for something or someone.
Right. Well, is it obviously a suicide, or does it seem like there might have been foul play at all?
Well,
Do we have confirmation from the coroner yet?
yeah, he's in the morgue right now, but we haven't got a chance to gotten a proper autopsy on him yet. Officer Kaminsky did find him. Well, you know.
Right. Has he already done the workup? Do you know if he found any signs of rough play in the store?
No, the store seems untouched. I don't know. I don't know enough about that information. I've been really swamped. I gave it to Kaminsky, and he's taking care of it. And that's all the information she can give you. So she's gonna say, "I'm sorry, I gotta go. I've got some paperwork to deal with," and she's gonna hang up the phone.
Okay.
Kind of break in.
Okay. Are you
I'm
gonna do
kidding.
that then?
No, I'm gonna wait for the detective to report back before I do anything. I'm definitely like looking at the key. I'm like, I could do it. I could just do it. She's not looking. I could do it, but she's gonna refrain. She's gonna kind of shift her weight from the balls of her feet to the heels, back and forth, just kind of waiting. She's looking around, making sure nothing happens while she's waiting for the detective to report back.
My character is pretty perceptive. He probably noticed that she's eyeing the key, and she kind of gives her a look. Is like, really?
She's got like the cats when their pupils dilate and they're about to like pounce on something.
Yeah.
She wants to do it.
Well, at first first things first, she's going to, after hanging up, look over at Job and
What'd they say?
sigh and say it seems an anonymous call was made sometime this morning. One of the other detectives came in and found, his name was Sam Saddle, right?
Correct.
Found Sam
Yeah.
in apparent suicide. I'm sorry.
Oh, heavens above. What about his wife? Wasn't he married? Like, wasn't it a couple that were at the church? Anything about his wife? They both
I
run
didn't-
the shop.
I didn't get any information.
Did Mr. Saddle, I mean, did he seem happy before he stopped coming to church?
I'm going to interrupt here because, Job, you would know this. Job, you know that Sam Saddle was the epitome of joy. He was always a lovely man. He was always willing and helpful to other people. He may have even once or twice, said, "Oh, you don't have enough money to pay for that, please, just take it." And he was above and beyond the nicest man in town.
Yeah, no, Sam, he was the epitome of a good person. Like, he was constantly bringing canned food for the drives. He was helping people out. He was, if someone was a little short for their order, he didn't mind it, but I can't believe he would have ended his life. This doesn't make any sense.
And it sounds too nice. Seems like he wouldn't have. I don't know who he would have made any enemies. It doesn't make sense. I mean,
well, we were just told that there are sharks in the water near here, so I think there might be a little bit more to the story than what meets the eye. But
yeah, I got a really bad feeling about this, but we definitely we should look into this more. We'll have to talk to Sarah, maybe. I mean, you knew Sarah, so I think maybe you could talk to her. No, sorry. That was, I mean, who was the wife's name?
Her name might actually be Sarah. Hold on.
I missed
Linda Saddle.
Quintus Saddle, sorry.
You can keep that secret, don't you worry.
NPCs, spoilers. So
you know that her name is Linda, Job.
Linda.
I definitely would like to check in on Linda.
Job, you do know that Linda lives actually just down the street.
Yeah, I know she doesn't live far from here. We can go check in on her.
Yeah. It'd be a good idea to make sure she's okay, because if I don't know this Linda at all, but if she's anything like Mr. Saddle, I don't know.
A couple of the best people I knew.
Who'd want to hurt people, and who would want to hurt people like this?
The city will eat you alive if you let it.
Yeah.
Amen
That's
to
true.
that.
Hey, DM, or Game Master, I should say.
GM, DM, whatever you want to say.
GM. All right, I'm using DM.
Anything
so
but
I'm gonna say it.
MC. This game wants you to call me MC, and I hate it. So
What does MC stand for?
Master of Ceremonies.
What? Okay. Anyways, would I, just from like being out on the streets and stuff, sometimes I'll go to Job's, the church for temporary like stay at the night. Would I have had any direct run-ins with the shop owner?
You
Like,
tell
would they-
me, what
like-
kind of person is Lily? Would she be the kind of person to interact with people she wouldn't know?
Since this is a general store, I feel like she wouldn't be in here too frequently, but if she needed something, she's not going to like deprive herself of it. She'll just kind of go in, go out kind of thing. But with like the nature of him being like super nice, helping people out and stuff, I'm wondering if maybe she would have had at least one direct interaction.
Sure. So this is actually the kind of thing that you can feel free to make up if you want.
Okay.
This is a collaborative story game that's a lot more freeform, so you can feel free to make up details, just like Ekaj has been doing.
Okay.
So if you want to say that you think you've had a great interaction with the store owner, that Sam maybe lets you go because you were $1 short one time, something like that, feel free.
Okay, then I want to maybe say I've spoken to the wife before.
Okay. And how did you meet the wife?
The wife was probably in the store, either helping, like directly working, or maybe just helping the husband out with like stocking up something. Maybe she came by to drop off something, and that's when she saw the wife.
Sure.
Linda?
Linda, yes.
Linda, yeah. And maybe that was one of the times where he let her go off with like $1 short or something because she didn't quite have the change for it.
Okay, cool.
Because I kind of want to go off with Ekaj to talk to the entire group if we're all going and not splitting off to do other things.
Okay.
Split the party.
Job and Lily, are you splitting the party? Or Detective and Baku, are you joining?
I think the detective would probably stick around this area because the person who's just kind of hanging around, what she would want to see what she's waiting for.
Okay.
Because that's a little bit odd. We have a couple of places that are like right by the shop, right? Or are those the ones that are closed?
I can explain again what's in the area if you want me to.
Go for it.
There's literally everything that's
image?
on. Yeah, pretty much on the image is what's in the area.
Yeah, right. Well,
You notice there's the one-stop shop that's closed off with crime scene tape. The three places that are particularly busy right now seem to be Laser Hot Pizza, Century Laundromat, and Miller Square Liquor Store. And then there's the two other stores, Sandra's Hair Salon, where the woman is standing outside, and Los Ramos with the boarded up window.
Well, I hang around a lot in Miller Square and stuff. Would I how long has Los Ramos been boarded up?
Let's say about a week.
Okay. Do I know why it was boarded up?
You do not.
Okay.
Would you like to go over and investigate?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying not to be, he's trying to be clever about this, but he's just gonna sneak over. He's just gonna sneak over there and try not to attract attention.
Gotcha. Detective,
Does
are you
that mean
joining?
wall?
Or you can break up the party even more.
First I want to ask, it's been boarded up for like a week, right?
Correct.
Was anything actually reported about like maybe a break-in or something?
You don't know.
I do not know. Wonder if I can make another phone call, but I think the captain is sick of me at this point.
Well, yeah. So, can I sneak over there and just kind of?
Why don't you, Baku, make a roll for investigation?
Not stealth.
Yes,
Okay,
investigation.
so let's see. Definitely. Okay, I'll do predator senses. Sniff out monsters and nightmares.
Sure.
Okay, nice. Adapt to my praise abilities? Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. Let me see if there's anything else. I think that's good. Okay, so. Wait, where's my fun? Okay, so I got 2 power and investigate. Let's see. So that's another mild success.
You
No,
used
hold
2
on.
power.
That's actually a miss.
Sorry, I was looking at the last one. I got another miss. I can't see
Yep,
anything.
you rolled a 4 plus 2. You got a 6. That is still a miss.
I'm low.
So we will get to that in a moment.
Okay.
And then what else was there? So Job and Lily, you're going to go investigate at the Linda. Was it Sadler?
Sadler.
Linda Saddle, yes.
Okay. Do we have phones, like cell phones, to call one another if we do split up?
Up to you. Do you feel like your characters would have cell phones? I did mention they do exist in this world,
yes.
despite my attempts not to.
I think Job has like a pager.
He's old fashioned.
The question is, if he has a pager, who else in the group has a pager?
I would probably
Not
have
really.
one along with my cell phone.
Lily
that makes
probably
sense.
has like an outdated like iPhone 7 or something. Something like she got for like $50 cash. And
Excuse me, an outdated iPhone 7? What are you
It
talking
does
about?
one thing. It does
For
one
a
thing, and it
runaway.
calls. It calls. That's all it does.
Or is it like one of those knockoffs? So it's iPhone.
Yeah,
but
no,
spelled with an
it's a
F.
knockoff. It's a knockoff. But she just like doesn't care enough to be like, you know.
It's got like the symbol of a pear on the back of it instead of an apple.
It's a paraphone.
Yeah.
We're going proper
she got-
Nickelodeon.
it's just what she managed to scrape by. She's like, I could use my parents' money, but I don't want to associate with them. So here's my attempt to get something for myself, kind of thing.
That's
So she has a
hilarious, and I love
method. She has a method of contacting the others. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. Let me open my like 97 different tabs here.
That's the DM life.
style. Yep.
So, Job, you take the spotlight. What are you doing to talk to Linda Saddle?
Well, first off, I just want to know because we did say that Los Ramos is boarded up.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's been a while. And then what happened with One Stop? Has Job heard any like? Has anyone like come to talk to him about maybe something going on in the neighborhood? Because the way it looks like, it seems like maybe some places are getting closed off, like purposely or.
People seem closed off in general. They don't seem to want to talk about what's happening.
Okay.
So unfortunately, no one has said anything to you specifically. But out of character, this is something you can talk to other NPCs about, and they'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to keep it.
No,
Maybe
no.
Sam or someone said something previously. So, yeah, let's go to Linda's, to the saddle house.
Perfect. And how are you gonna approach? Are you just gonna knock on the door, or are you gonna?
Yeah, because it happened earlier this morning, so I can go and like offer condolences and talk to her as member of the cloth.
Perfect. Let's play that out. So you knock on the door. The house is eerily quiet. The rain is still kind of coming down in light splatters. Good question. Do you have an umbrella, or are you just getting wet?
I think he has like an umbrella, like a very Father Brown type umbrella with like the wooden handle.
The like notched wooden handle and
Yeah.
the big brick one. I like it.
Love that. Lily's kind of sticking close, not like all up in his space, but enough to where she's not gonna get drenched by the.
I imagine
rain.
she's just in a hoodie and she didn't.
Yeah,
doesn't have an umbrella.
she has the hood over.
And
She's got these like giant goggles on her head that she's like flipped over her face, kind of trying to evade any sort of recognition.
Yeah, the true question, are they prescription goggles?
Oh, absolutely.
Type something real quick in the chat just to let you know.
What's up?
Which chat? Yeah, because I forgot. I had a week on that specific card. I have a weakness that I'm less effective against sleepers.
No worries. That's one of
That's
your weakness
really-
tags, and I just haven't, as I didn't say in the stream yet, but basically, the players have power tags which help them boost their rolls. They also have weakness tags, and either they or I can choose to invoke those, and that would be a negative. So for now, don't worry about it. We've already passed it. It does not matter.
I mean, I know. I already know it was one I missed. I was one I missed anyway. So
Yeah, that's fine.
And as we're walking, he's got the umbrella up, but he's actually leaning it more over Lily's head than his own.
Aw.
Aw, how
Aw.
sweet.
But he's not like drawing attention to it. He's just
Yeah, and Lily's kind of like keeping her head down. She's got her hands shoved into her pockets, kind of keeping to herself. More watching like where she's walking.
So Job, you're gonna knock on the door, and as I said, the apartment's quiet, and slowly the door opens and hello.
Linda.
Oh, Job. Oh, heavens be so. Please come in out of the rain.
Thank you. We, Lily and I had just stopped by, and we kind of heard from around that something happened.
Oh, hi, Lily. I remember you from Sam's shop.
Hi,
Yes. Well, it's been a rough day for me. I obviously
Please.
you heard about Sam then. And she
We have.
she sniffs and she hold back from tears a little bit. Well, thank you so much for coming, Job.
Of course.
It's been a rough few weeks, honestly.
Well,
Ever since those men came to the store, I just knew something was wrong.
those men, Sam never mentioned anything about any men coming to the store.
Do I come back now at this point?
You are still at the flower shop. We're putting your scene on hold until later, so please.
Okay, good. All right,
hold on.
okay. Sounds
We have the
good.
spotlight on Lily and on Job right now.
Thank you.
Oh well.
And
the
what
men-
happened?
Oh well. You know, a few weeks ago, these men this man and a couple of his associates, they came to the store and they talked to Sam, and I don't know why they convinced Sam to take out a loan. Sam is just, he's such a he is well.
I know.
He was such a good man, and he just wasn't a businessman. I always told him. I said, you gotta pay attention to the money, to the rent, and he wasn't very good at those things. He just wanted to help people, like you, Job. Like he just wanted to help people, and so, these men came and they offered him a loan, and I don't know what they did, but they convinced him that he should take it, and he did, and he took out so much money, Job. But then they came back, and well, they wanted the money.
Do you know, have these men been around down the street? I did see Los Ramos was boarded up. Has this been going around town?
So I'm gonna say this is probably a good place to make a roll.
Okay.
If I can find my pen. There's my pen. We'll say that she is, if I can find the right page. She is reluctant to talk, 1.
Okay.
So you are trying to, let's see.
It'd be a convince.
Yeah, let's go with convince.
Okay.
And do you have any other tags that you think would be appropriate here?
I've got 3 that I can think of. I've got the congregation,
Okay, we've established that.
compassionate, and have a heart-to-heart.
I like those. Okay, so you're gonna. Yep.
And then I've got righteous man, but I don't know. That way she can trust me. Man of the cloth.
Well,
sort of
let's see.
the-
What are you trying to convince her to tell you?
Linda, if there's anything that's going on in town, if you know of anything, that information that might be able to help someone or help figure out what happened with these men, confession is good for the soul. If you don't have to hide anything.
Oh, I'm not hiding anything. It's just. Okay.
You can trust me.
Why don't you roll to convince someone? That is, I believe you said you had 3 power tags, and -1 for her reluctant to talk. Let me double check if you have any.
Oh.
What? Let's see.
What's up? What'd you roll?
13?
13.
You say you rolled a 13?
Damn.
Wowee!
Great
Good
success.
Job. Hell
Excellent
yeah.
job. Good job. I like it.
Good job, Job.
So she's going to break down. She's going to cry. And it's just a mix of different things happening in the town that seem to be stressing her out.
Lou's gonna pat her on the shoulder as she starts crying.
Oh, it's just everywhere I go these days. It seems like just Miller Square is falling apart. And, well, Julio he's in the hospital, and I don't know what happened, but something tells me it was those men, those horrid men.
Julio runs the flower shop, Los Ramos, right?
Yes, he was he was such a lovely man, but God, he was hot-headed. If someone tried to challenge him, he he just couldn't take it. So it's just, it was. I bet you it was them. I bet you it was those men.
Loan sharks, you would say.
Lone, yeah, that's what
And I
I
kind of give an
imagine.
eye to Lily.
Lily, how do you take that?
Are you asking her something directly, or is it more like a shared look kind of?
Kind of a shared look when I say loan
Okay.
sharks and
Thinking
about the note.
She's kind of comforting Linda, and she kind of, her gaze kind of sharpens at the mention of the loan sharks. She meets eyes with Job, kind of not wanting to discuss it right here, but it's definitely she's making it known that she's taken note of it.
Awesome. With that, Linda, she sniffles and she tries to wipe her eyes, and she doesn't have a tissue on her, so she says, "I'm sorry, I just need some time alone. Thank you so much for stopping in, Job. It's been, well."
One more thing, Linda, before we leave. Just because maybe it'll help with the cops. I don't know if it's something they'd looked into, but do you know, did Sam ever get the CCTVs working at the shop? I know they were on the fritz for a while there.
Oh
but
God, those things never worked. They were there for show. He didn't ever really think it would matter. But
it's just a thought.
I haven't been able to get into this shop. I wasn't able to see anything. The officer just, wouldn't let me in. So
Which officer do you know?
I don't know. He was
Okay.
a big man, but I don't know his name.
Okay. Well, look, Linda, if you need anything, you know the church is always here for you. I'm always here for you. You've got my beeper's number, so if you need to get a hold of me, just let me know.
She breaks for a second. She's still crying, and there's still some tears on her face, but she kind of laughs at you saying that you have a beeper, and says, "Oh, thank you, Job. You're always there for us. Thank you, and God bless." And she
God bless you.
slowly closes the door behind her as she heads back into the house.
And I'm gonna go back, pop the hood up, shove my hands in my pockets. I'm gonna look up at Job. Well, looks like we got a little bit of a lead.
That's the mob.
Yep. Well, maybe that detective or cop that she mentioned is the one that is taking this case. So maybe Enkidu would know something about it.
I'm sure she might. It is odd that they wouldn't let her in, but I suppose due to the reasons that might be best for her. Let's get back to the others. They're just a block or so away, so we can
Alright.
let them know.
Alright. Hey, DM question. As we're making our way back, I don't know if this is just part of the art and it happens to be there, or if it's actually meant to be like a hook. Right here it says quick loan on the pawnbrokers.
Yes.
And there was mention of a loan. I don't know how I'm trying to word this. I take notice of it.
Perfect. We'll get to that in a
'Kay.
little while.
All right, I will.
In
keep
the
that on back
meantime,
burner.
we have a couple players who are investigating Los Ramos, the flower shop. Let me bring that one up. Give me one sec.
So I got a miss on my investigation on Los Ramos.
Correct. Cool. So, Los Ramos is a flower shop in the same square as you just were. Los Ramos is a beautiful and vibrant flower shop, perhaps the only bright spot in a dreary gray life of Miller's Square. But now it stands in ruins with its storefront broken and boarded up, and wilted flowers floating in rain-filled buckets at the front. Let's see. While you're exploring, I Didn't expect this to happen so quick, but I guess it's gonna happen.
Oh, it's gonna happen.
What?
Am I gonna get jumped? Am I gonna get jumped?
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
This is what my boy's made for. Is
So let's say you've been trying to investigate this area for just a little too long, and
yeah.
you don't seem to notice what's going on around you. You're trying to peek in the windows. It's dark inside the store. You're kicking at the wet flowers, and you look up and you see that the pardon me. You see that the blinds are closed on the upper window, right above the store. Suddenly, you hear loud voices coming from a nearby alley. You spot a handful of burly thugs in button shirts and dress slacks corner someone. You hear a man say, "Honeylip says it's time for you to pay up. You got the money?" And as the victim cowls with fear, one of the thugs breaks out a brass knuckle buster.
Oh, I noticed this, and I walk up to the scene as like, "Hey, leave the man alone."
What are you gonna do about it?
I noticed too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do something if you don't leave him alone. You better leave now.
Okay, give me 1 sec, and I'll set up this scene.
Hey.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. Will my character be carrying? This is probably gonna get messy. Is my character carrying his? I don't know. Would my character be carrying his ninjaku right now?
Would you be?
That is for you to tell me.
That's a you question.
Probably not. I think I was kind of going more incognito. I'll probably just end up using my fists if it gets nasty.
We are here on the street, and let's throw your characters in there just for funsies.
Yeah, throw them on there. Let's see where I am.
You got the detective, and we've got Baku.
I was in the alley. Well, where those other loan sharks were.
Let's throw some enforcers in here too. And who is his victim? Does he have a token? I think he does. There we go. Let me just find his name, and I'll be with you in just a second, okay?
Gotta get my things up. Gotta get ready. He's probably gonna end up in combat. Ooh. I have so many power tags for combat. It's nuts.
So you see a fairly young man with dark skin and a light brown hair, and let me give this a little. Are you going to be rude like this? Is this what you're doing?
Yes.
I guess it is. Rude. Oh wait, no, that's fine. Perfect. Chrome, why do you do this to me? So y'all are in this alleyway, and there's two men standing over a young man behind him. And Baku, you've just stood up to one of these men.
A little closer than Enkidu. Yeah, I'm like right there. It's like.
So he says,
No,
"What are you gonna do about it?"
I will do something if you don't leave. This is your last warning.
And so this man down here, he goes, "You hear that? It's our last warning. We were just giving him our last warning.
Oh,
I can't move my token again.
No
but,
worries.
If you're fine with it, I'm also going to interrupt because the very angry and annoyed.
that's cute.
Hey.
Real cute.
Very angry and annoyed. Hey.
Just a hey.
Just a hey.
So
Is
hey.
walking up.
Fucking Miles Morales.
She's already got. We've already got the description here that she very obviously looks like a cop. It says, I can already put you in prison for. Oh, fuck. What's the term for this?
I don't know.
Assault?
I can already put you in jail for threatening somebody. Do you really want to make it longer for assault?
Oh, I think we'll be okay. You just talked to Officer Kaminsky.
Well, that certainly makes
Well.
things.
Bad news for you. I'm not Officer Kaminsky. And I will make sure that you stay in prison.
I don't think that's going to be an issue.
I just chuckled. I was like, really? That's cute.
Now this is the part where let's see.
And do we actually know this person? Who is this?
Yeah, do we know these people?
Yes. Let's say Baku, you're a bit younger, right?
He's late 20s. He's like late 20s.
This is going to sound like a stupid question. Baku and Detective, what kind of foods do you eat?
That's kind of an odd question. I don't know.
I'm the game master. I can ask whatever I want. Okay, answer me this.
That, please.
Baku.
Baku would.
That's a perfectly clippable moment.
He would probably eat like, kind of healthy foods and Asian food, I guess. Yeah.
So do you eat mostly fast foods or do you eat a lot of healthy foods?
Healthy foods. Not
Detective, are you a quick and easy on the job kind of food or?
Absolutely. She's a workaholic. She's either here or at the precinct, so it's going to be something that can be fast or delivered.
That's a great answer. So, Detective, you're going to recognize the man behind these burly thugs as Michael Bryant. He's the one who runs Laser Hot Pizza just around the corner from here. In fact, this alleyway actually juts into the back door where this restaurant probably is.
Is the back door blocked?
Yes, but you don't know exactly which back door it would be.
So wait.
But you know that it's just around the corner.
Was one of the men like a worker from the pizza place? Or is it just happens to be right next to?
So these two burly thugs that we're facing off against right now, they happen to be dressed kind of dapper-like. They are dressed in suspenders and a tie and white shirts and some brown hats and whatnot. Proper mobster territory. You won't know that yet, but that's what they kind of look like. Think like any 1940s mobster look.
You could buy their look at a Spirit Halloween.
You most certainly could.
I'm thinking total like Godfather type stuff.
Similar.
We see any sort of weapon or something on them?
Yeah, do they have guns?
Give me 1 sec, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to be moving up a bit closer. So I want to see if I can keep their attention there.
So you see that one of them has brass knuckles. They're both pretty strong looking, and they both have guns on them.
Yeah, okay. Well, close range is a little more difficult for ranged weapons. So,
So there's a back way to this alley, right?
yeah.
You said it's around the corner. He can get out of here.
Yes.
So,
You can make eye contact with him and just kind of do that nod, like move, get out of here.
Gotcha.
and I just stare down these two men. I was like, you should leave now.
I'm actually hoping you stay. Give me an excuse. Again, try and keep that attention here so that he can bail somewhere safe.
Seriously, I mean, it's adorable trying to intimidate that man. I mean, it's a little bit outmatched there, don't you think?
Well, that's kind of the point now, isn't it?
True. I know. Yeah, I can see that.
Suddenly from the sky.
Out of nowhere, they just drop in like bam.
I just
They
Batman on
appear
top of him from the roof.
rooftops. I'm going to say that at this point, Job and Lily, you are going to hear these voices from down the alleyway, recognize Detective and Baku, and wander into this scene.
Okay.
We could make this a lot easier if you could just come with us, okay?
Okay.
And I think it got a lot more easier considering there's more of you now.
And before Job says that, Lily's going to see what's going on and know that she's not going to be doing too well with like hand to hand with these mobsters. So she's going to dip behind what looks to be like a dumpster sort of thing, and she's gonna kind of peer over but stay hidden from the mobster's view. But if she's not hiding from Job is able to see her do this.
Gotcha.
And she's getting ready for any combat that is probably about to start, but she's not making her presence known to the mobsters.
I'm going to ask Lily to please roll sneak around.
All right. Sneak around. And then trying to see. Yeah, I don't have anything that I could add on to that, so we're just going to go for a straight roll.
You just rolled really well that time?
Yeah, both times I just rolled flat.
You rolled a crit. Oh,
I got an 8, mild success. I knew that my luck was going to run out very quickly.
On a 7 to 9, it's complicated. I'm going to choose one of the three. So someone unimportant noticed you, but that just made them important, right? You're perceived only by a secondary sense. Someone picks you up by scent, etc. Or you must leave something important behind or be discovered. Let me look at your character sheet real quick.
Okay.
Well, this is going to be fun.
Let's see.
Let's see, what are we? Yeah. Let me see, make sure I got the right. Ooh, yeah. How likely do you think it is that we'll get the new power tag options this session?
Unlikely. It's a one-shot, probably, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, thank you.
Probably.
We still have a ways to go.
Yeah, there's still some cool stuff.
You know what I'm going to say?
Okay.
This might seem a little interesting, but we'll go with it.
Okay.
Someone noticed you. Except it wasn't one of these enforcers here. It was actually someone just around the corner. If I can find him, give me 1 second.
Oh.
So this map is really small and doesn't let me put this behind the corner here. And I can't show it on the stream because, again, Roll20 is stupid. Sorry.
It happens.
I see you, sir.
But just beyond the corner there, you see a small boy who looks vaguely similar to Michael Bryant, the guy you just saw being beat up.
Oh.
He peers around the corner and notices you. But that also means that the enforcers have noticed him as well.
Ooh. Oh no.
No, this is gonna protect the child.
Are you still just gonna stand there, Baku? Are you? Oh, I guess you're threatening them, aren't you? You already said you're gonna regret this. You're giving them your last call, kind of thing, right?
I was totally threatening them.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah. Do I need to roll? Do I need to roll?
I'm debating it. Give me 1 sec.
Be convinced.
I could.
I think it's gonna be convince them. So why don't you roll to convince?
I wonder if I can add anything weird to that.
Weird.
Weird. Yes, I'm weird. Ooh. Okay. Let's see. I need to look at my sheet. Hold on. This sheet's hard to read sometimes. Ooh. Okay, this is kind of a little weird. Can I add a power tag? So I'm gonna have like my eyes like flash or something, maybe, because that's what it kind of looks like in the art. And I want to try and throw off a monster's senses to kind of spook them a bit.
Unnerve them.
So instead of so I asked you to convince someone, so we're gonna roll that first. But if you want to change the game, that'll be another a roll in a second. Mm-hmm. So you threaten them. So I'm gonna ask you to roll to convince them. Do you think any of your power tags can help you convince someone?
Oh, let me see. I mean, like I said, to throw off the monster sense to kind of spook them a bit, but I mean, it depends. I mean, it would still be a mild success either way.
Okay. What'd you roll? What'd you get?
An 8.
You got a mild success.
But that says to give a little, but protect their own agenda.
Yeah. So what you're going to do is on a hit, you choose a relevant status with tier equal to power. So in City of Mist, there's the rule of at least 1. So you can give them a 1 status effect.
So it'd be a 9?
No, I'm saying is that you've gotten
it would go to tier 1.
It would go to tier 1. If you can think of a status that makes sense in this situation.
Maybe, I guess, let's say uneasy.
Okay. So what I'm going to tell you now is that this enforcer doesn't seem bothered. He does not take your tier 1 uneasy.
Ooh. All right. Well, detective, what are we gonna do? It's like.
And just at that moment, you're gonna see the one right in front of you gonna crack his knuckles, and wind up to hit you.
Fine, I face danger.
So unlike Dungeons and Dragons, there's no initiative order. It kind of goes in whatever order makes sense story-wise. But also there's no hit points. So we'll get into that in a second. You are facing danger, Baku.
Yes, I am. And I got power tags for that, for sure. Let's see. Be there. I will do instinctive dodge.
Okay.
Let's see. Adapt to my praise abilities, because I it's kind of like, praise abilities, they're probably pretty big, pretty strong. I kind of know that left hook that they're going to pull. And probably maybe mixed martial arts.
Okay. That makes sense.
Because that could be defensive as well. So
is
that's
that 3 or 4?
3.
Okay. Let's go with that. And you're going to roll 2d6.
Got
Cool. That's a mild
another
success.
mild success. So I take the status, but with minus
1 tier.
So what does that mean?
So he's going to come in, and this man just seems to radiate energy. And you didn't notice it before until he got real angry and decided to hit you. But he's going to smack you in the side, in the shoulder, and give you broken arm 2.
Oh, he broke my freaking arm with just a punch?
Yes.
He's got knuckles.
I mean, he's got knuckles, but
Also radiating energy, which means he's a rift, and that's probably a power.
yeah. So, okay.
Do you want to add to your character sheet, or shall I?
You can add that to mine. Yeah. Oof,
Okay.
That's gonna hurt. No.
So now you have broken arm 2.
Shoot. That sucks a lot.
So, detective, how do you feel about that?
Congratulations, you just gave me an excuse.
I like that. So what are you going to do?
Let's see. There is a standard with police as far as physical.
So I'm sure in some of
Like
your
restraint
Logos
goes.
themes, you have
Yeah,
some things there.
I do. Let's see. I would say be there for each other. You just assaulted my coworker, my friend.
Yep. Don't hurt Baku. Don't hurt him.
What do you think? Police badge since I'm engaging,
I would say,
or police work?
Well,
I would say police work probably makes a good sense. If you go to your tag combos on your description page, there's actually some good ones there. So you can go berserk on someone by using Unleash the Beast Within and Thorny Tentacles if you want. If you want to bring out the inner beast in you, or if you want to keep it purely human, let's see what other ones would work there.
I mean, it's kind of I'm like the rifts, get them. I kind of like give them a look, give Enkidu a look like they're rifts.
Oh, I like that. Threaten to arrest somebody was a role that I could have made.
You could have done it, but I did it.
I did threaten them myself though. So
True.
let's see.
MMA, dude. He just does the MMA. That's all.
What do you think? Gear screams police, or
It sounds like you only have about 2. So you've got you're hurting my friends kind of thing, and
yeah.
Whatever the other one was. Unless you want to include some of your mythos powers, I'll include those too. So remember that your mythos isn't like something that you can like activate. It's a part of you intrinsically. So why don't you add those 2 as well?
They don't seem phased by either.
It would probably end up being Unleash the Beast.
Okay.
Because you pissed me off now.
Cool. So why don't you roll 2d6 and add 3 to that?
All right.
Hey!
That was a 10, so a great success.
Yes.
So you got a what? A 10?
A 10.
Cool.
step up and
break. Damn, I wish I had.
Sorry, actually, well, oh, hold on, there we go. So you were not facing danger, though. You were, because no one was coming for you. You were doing, hit them with all you've got.
Okay,
but let's look out
so
the
I
same.
just hit the wrong thing.
Yeah. On a hit, you give the target an appropriate status of your choice with a tier equal to power. So your power is 3, so you can give a tier 3 status.
Okay.
On a 10 plus, choose 2, and on 7-9, choose 1. So you can also take one of the advantages from the list of hit them with all you've got. You can take cover or secure a superior position. You can get them good and get many of them. So you can get them good or get many of them, plus 1 tier. You control the collateral damage. You hold the target's attention if possible, or you gain the upper hand, take 1 juice.
I like how it's called juice.
Juice is such a weird term, but it basically means you can add a story tag later on in the game.
I just like the word juice.
Let's see.
Jewels.
Remind me what story tags are.
Story tags affect the immediate environment. So if you take juice, you'd have to use it in a way that makes sense with how you got it. So you could affect the story later on with some sort of descriptor, but that has to be related to how you got the juice in the first place. So hitting this guy might have some effect in a later scene, if you want to include that.
I think in this instance it would probably end up being...
Hercule, you should have clipped that.
The juice.
What have I started?
The juice is loose.
This is an old running joke in my family. So, loose juice.
You know what? Sure. To give a peek later into how this works, we'll go with the juice one.
Change those.
You take the upper hand and you take juice 1. Are you going to give them a
status?
A
yes.
status? Yes. What is your status?
Let's go with... I think I'll go with just hitting him square in the base, so... Maybe a broken nose would make the most sense.
No, break his ribs. The nose ain't gonna do anything. Break the ribs.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you hit the nose, because if you hit it with the palm of your hand and go straight back, that could actually kill somebody. But
that's some proper police training, I guess.
That is not.
That's some weird, messed up stuff you learned on walking around the streets at night.
Yeah. Dark side of the web.
Actually, going for the jaw.
Jaw? So what is that? Cracked jaw 3?
Yeah, we'll do cracked jaw 3, because that actually, by default, hitting somebody in the jaw is enough to make them stumble or stun them.
Cool.
Like, realistically.
Again, as you hit this person, you will notice he seems to be radiating a sort of confidence. And he's going to take cracked jaw 2.
Interesting.
Or let's not cracked jaw, that's 3. Let's say bruised lip 2.
Well, it looks like I won't have to worry about it actually going out on you.
Job, let's focus in on you. What are you doing?
Did Job happen to see the child around the corner?
Well, it looks like you're facing towards the fight, so I'll say no.
Okay. All right.
Lily would have, though.
All right. So I'll just say, I'll hand her my umbrella, then I'll pull out my rosary. Lily, get somewhere safe.
We've got some props in here. I love it.
Get somewhere safe.
Yeah.
I've got to tend to the flock.
Okay.
And I'm going to get into a fist fight.
All right.
Okay, I love it. You should have control over your thing if you want to mess around with it. And who are you going for?
Will I be able to get to, like, here?
Sure. It makes sense. It's not this far.
Yeah. Was this person the one that they had just hit?
Yes.
All right. And so yeah, he wraps the rosary around his knuckles and he just like runs up.
Why don't you roll? Hit him with all you got.
Okay. And then because get into a fist fight is a thing, I'm gonna do nothing left to lose and punch their lights out, or 2 of my powers.
Cool.
So
Are 2 of your are they normal powers or
normal powers.
mythos powers? Okay, cool.
Okay. And this is go toe to toe.
No, it would be. So
Oh.
unless you're trying to control them, this would be hit them with all you've got.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Do you
It
want to keep
sounds
that roll,
very
though?
similar. Yeah, we can keep the same roll. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So you got a mixed success. Again, you give them a status equal to power, and you can choose one of the options.
All right. So hit them all you got. I think I'm going to do.
Oh, it's
I'm
really
going
interesting.
to
I just
get them
realized
good.
for some reason in Roll20, it's listed as different things you can do than in the player moves, which is interesting. Anyway, you said you're going to get them good, so that's +1 tier.
Mm-hmm.
So you're giving them a power 3 tier of what? So I guess we'll just stack on top of that. Just so you know, he has a Bruce Lip 2. He's going to take only 1 tier.
Okay. Okay. And do I tell he's a bit hardier than I was expecting?
Yeah,
Can-
same
And
idea.
I also see the radiating.
You weren't familiar to this, but as soon as you come in, he's about your height, but he feels so much bigger than that.
Mm.
So I guess we'll upgrade this to Crack Jaw 3.
I see a boyos are bigger than you let on.
Is this both? Did you attack the other person, or are we
No.
all just attacking the same person?
I went after the same guy. He's the one that, because I think he's the one that went after you too. So
He's the one that was like straight up.
yeah. So
So yeah, the first one, the one on the bottom of the screen, is the one who just didn't take any damage at all.
right.
Lily, let's give you the spotlight. What are you doing?
So, seeing as the adults are handling things, and I have caught the attention of the small child, she grabs the umbrella that was tossed over to her by Job. She's going to. Her hood's still popped, so they don't see her face as she's running across the alleyway to the child, and she's going to do her best to kind of shield him away from the fight. Things children should not see. And she's going to do her best to, I want to say, get the kid back into the shop. However, I don't know if there's anything going on inside the shop. That's why the kid came out or anything. I'm basically trying to get this kid as far away from the conflict as possible.
Sounds good. What I'm going to say is you're trying to convince him to leave the fight scene and go back with you. So I'm going to ask
Okay.
you to roll convince.
Okay, and then I have some stuff that I can add on to it.
Perfect.
Would comforting embrace? No, that would be if I was actually.
What is it?
Like, comforting embrace.
Sure, why not? I'll do that.
Okay.
You're trying to not coddle him, but you're trying to, keep him from seeing things,
Yeah.
whatnot.
Good advice.
Sure.
All right.
Technically,
evade,
yes.
Evade pursuers.
Sure.
Okay. And be there for each other would be relating to the others.
That's the
right?
crew theme, right? So that's for your
Okay.
crew.
And then that one.
So roll 2d6 plus 3.
All right, then I'll do that. 2d6 plus 3. Convince, you said?
Yes, convince someone.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't add my stuff to that. My bad. You said plus 3?
I mean, we can keep the same roll, so that'd be a 12.
Oh, shit. All right.
Yeah.
So with a roll of 12, you can, let's see, you choose a relevant status and tier equal to power, so power of 3. And on a 10 plus, let's see. Actually, instead of taking a status, what they're going to do is on a 10 plus, they can choose to change their agenda to include yours, at least for the time being, because it seems to fit the story appropriately here.
Okay.
He is
Ew.
going to, he's going to pull it and say, "Oh, Mikey," and he's gonna let you take him and kind of push him back into the pizza shop,
Okay.
which is just around the corner there.
Okay.
And you get him huddled inside, and he runs over to the nearby table where he has like his things and like a backpack and some homework, and he just kind of curls up into a ball on the table. I should
Okay.
say, while you're in the pizza shop, there's several people in this space, but no one seems to be taking care of the register.
Huh. Okay. The dude I saw in the alleyway is the dude who owns the place, right?
You wouldn't know that because you've
Oh,
only been in
okay.
Rose Square for a little while. You don't quite know the area super well.
Okay. Can I do an investigation to see if I can figure out if there's any other like employees around that would be able to
Let's
watch
put that
over
on
the
hold and let's go
Okay.
back to the other players, but we definitely get back to that in a moment, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Perfect. So let's get in on this real good action over here. Let's bring us in the center of the screen.
Yeah. You guys are in a little pyramid.
So Michael has taken the opportunity to try to escape.
Good.
He's made it a couple feet away when this enforcer notices him and goes to chase after him. Baku, do you want to do anything now?
Oh,
This isn't D&D. You don't get the what's it called? What's when
Attack
leaves your
opportunity.
attack of opportunity? But you could hypothetically do something similar if you wanted to. You said you wanted to try to change the game earlier. Do you want to try doing that now? You there?
Baku?
Baku, you there?
I'm here.
I said, you said you wanted to try to change the game earlier. Do you want to try doing that now?
I do want to change the game because I just got my arm broken.
I think your video cut out for a little while there. That's why you couldn't hear us.
Oh, that's why. Okay, so
But yes, good
fight.
remembering. You do have a broken arm too, so do be careful with what you're trying to do with this right now, because it might affect
no,
it.
it's gonna.
depending on what you wanna
I
do.
know it's gonna get a little rough. I think he might probably go a little over it. I mean, I could hide, but that's not good odds. So I'm gonna try to change the game / hit with all I've got.
Okay. It's only it's only one or the other, so it's not gonna be two. What are you
Okay.
trying to do though?
I am going. I don't know. I can't. I want to. I'm gonna go hog wild, and I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use. Well, I could use a bunch of to completely. There's the guy that's knocked. There's a guy that is chasing after the.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going, like, kind of sheltering my other, kind of sheltering my broken arm. I'm just going to run right at him. And I'm going to use a bunch of power tags on this to just go full mythos on this.
But what are you trying to do?
I
need a description of what you're doing. So if you want to change the game, this is when you are trying to give yourself or your allies an advantage.
I know.
That can be a mundane way, or that can be a mythos way. Either way, but just let me know what you want to do.
It's going to be more of a mythos way. And yeah, I'm trying to give myself, my allies, I know, I'm just trying to think of a suggestion for this.
Why don't you take a second to figure it out, and I'll move over back to Detective Enkidu, okay? Enkidu. That's a hard word to say.
Yeah.
Detective, what are you doing right now?
Let's see. So Baku is clearly going after this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go with, seeing as this guy still is the one that actually was offensive with assault. We're not taking the gun out yet because, again, there's tiers to police work with force. We're gonna go with an attempt to physically restrain him. Would I have handcuffs? I feel like I would. Because that's actually just
that's
some
something-
gear.
That's is police gear one of your tags?
Yes. I
Then
believe so.
sure. Again, that's something you can just like decide. If you think that Detective Enkidu is the kind of detective who just always has them on her, even if she's maybe not supposed to, then
Well,
go for it.
even if a lot of police and detectives have their own issued gear,
Gotcha.
so that's something that they can actually take home with them as long as they have it cleared.
Sounds good. So you
But
do. See how it goes. You say something and it happens.
yes, going to attempt to physically restrain him.
Okie doke.
Yes.
That sounds like you are trying to do. Let me sort through my 97 pages of notes here.
Yeah, new
Sounds like
systems.
you are trying to go toe to toe. See, my brain always goes to the monster of the week things, and I'm like, I know what those are. Like,
Yeah.
just from playing Taz, or not playing Taz, listening to Taz for so long, I have
Same.
no clue what these are. They're all very similar, but not quite the same. Sounds like you're trying to go toe to toe. When you use your abilities to overcome someone or something in a struggle for control, state what your goal is. Your opponent can describe how they respond at their option.
Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and read through and pick my tags?
Yes, pick your tags and roll plus power, okay?
Okay. So one of the suggestions for my go toe to toe is feral athletics, which I think makes sense. It also suggests you're in my jurisdiction. So I'm not sure how you want
We'll
to
go with it.
Maybe not local small time crooks. What about streets of Miller Square?
That's more about knowing the streets than about
Okay.
being able to do anything in them, so I'd say no.
Either police badge or police work.
We
What
can
do you
skip
think?
police work. I mean, that's kind of the same as the other one you said, but let's cap it at 3 there then. Sounds like you've got
Yeah.
about 3.
We have 3. All right, let's give it a go. That is a 13.
Wow.
Hey.
Look at you. On a 10 plus, choose 2. You manage to achieve your goal, e.g. take something they hold. You get them good, giving your opponent a status with tier equal to power, or you block, dodge, or counter their best attempts. If you don't choose this, they can oppose a status on you. If they are a PC, it's tier equal to their power.
What was that last one?
It's not super important, but basically it's you can block, dodge, or counter their best attempts at getting you back. They're the
Okay.
ones listed on Roll20 actually.
Oh, and it says I get all 3 of them. Okay, cool.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it says for mine I get all 3 since it's a dynamite success.
Oh, that's the weird rule that doesn't make any sense to me, but okay. Sure, you get all 3, I guess.
I guess.
I mean, I guess.
The rules are 500 pages long. There's no way I read
Holy
through all of them.
smokes.
No, thank you.
They are
But
thick with 3
yeah.
C's.
Boy.
Or maybe 5 C's with
Trip.
500 pages.
Oh,
I guess we can go ahead with what do you think about restrained 3 for that tag?
Sorry, I'm typing out my C's and my thick for the chat. Give me 1 sec. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 C thick.
yeah.
So what were you saying? Your
How
status was
about
what?
restrained 3?
Restrained 3. Let me check one thing. And did you use any of your mythos themes?
I did, yes.
Which one?
It was feral athletics.
Perfect. It's gonna. This guy's gonna take restrained 2.
Okay.
What about your other 2 things then?
My other 2 were police work and you're in my jurisdiction.
No, sorry. The other you have you managed to achieve your goal.
Oh,
and you
okay.
block, dodge, or counter their best attempts.
Then.
So you were trying to
to
do what exactly? You were trying to handcuff them or what?
I was trying to restrain them.
Can you describe that in more detail then?
Let's see.
Paint us
Probably-
a word picture.
I will paint us a word picture. So what'll most likely end up happening is I imagine that he would be gearing up to go for another hit on either one of us.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially going to grab that arm and do a side step to twist and pull it behind his back. And basically strong arm and force him there. And with the other arm wrapped around the neck.
So you're doing full on chokehold then.
Yes.
Cool. So he's going to struggle against you. He's going to try to rush out against Joe, but he's going to miss. And you're going to get him down onto his knees to kind of hold him down.
Cool beans.
Cool. Baku, have you figured out your
Yes, I
change
have
the
figured
game?
it out. Okay, since I do have a broken arm, I'm gonna go about this a little more stealthily. I am going to meld. It's kind of shadowy in here, right?
Yeah, so you're in the dark shadows. It's late. It's still
Meld into-
raining.
Meld into the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I'm gonna kind of let's see, and I'm just gonna kind of sneak right over here and it's like preparing to pounce, but doing it stealthily. I'm going. Yeah, so I'll do meld into the dark, throw off a monster's senses, and since these are my prey, I'll adapt their prey's abilities, so I'll do that as power 3.
But what are you trying to do?
Sneak. You're
just sneaking?
I'm sneaking right over here.
So I'd say that last one doesn't count because you're not actually affecting their powers in any way.
Okay, so it's just throw off monsters.
So you're trying to sneak around. Roll 2d6 plus 2.
Okay, I know. I was trying to get more out of it, but it's okay.
Are you trying to sneak enough that you can actually just get an attack or stop him without him realizing or noticing that you're there?
Kind of, yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand the logic.
Yeah, I wish you could see his, yeah. I was trying to go for like kind of an assassin's style attack,
But unless you're trying to do something like an attack, I need to max you to
Like a
roll sneak
tackle?
around. If you're trying to tackle them, if you're trying to use your chimera powers in some way, whatever that looks like, you can. That's the beauty of City of Mist is you can do whatever you want. There's no specific spells. There's no specific attacks.
Sorry,
If you can find a combination of power tags that work well together that you think can describe any variation of what you think your powers can do, then go for it. What were you saying?
So, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to meld into the dark,
Mm-hmm.
try to throw off their senses. Then I pounce from the shadows and try to knock him out.
Sounds good. You're trying to, I almost said decapitate. Decapacitate? That's the word, I think.
Incapacitate?
That one. Words are hard at 11:30 at night. You're trying to incapacitate this man.
I can use my claw horns and husks as well if I really want to go crazy.
This is your game. You do what you think works for your character.
So claws, horns, and husks. Nightmare devouring maws. Sure. So yeah, first off, meld into the dark. Pounce in the shadow. Throw off their sentence, pounce to the shadows. Claws, horns, and husks. I'm like going freaking hog wild
So I
here.
see this as Baku. He shifts a little
Fucking-
bit. He becomes darker, and his form kind of transforms. Baku is in control of a chimera, which has nightmare-eating powers, among other things. And so you're going to slink into the darkness of this alleyway and try to take over this
Yeah.
man
What about-
here.
Could I do mixed martial arts sensei in there as well?
Let's stick it to just what the ones you have right now, because I think that's already like 5 or something ridiculous.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's
So roll 2d6 plus 4 for change the game.
okay. Okay, so I'll just choose 4 of those. And let's see, I'll just pick 4 of those then and make sure it's power 4. No, I want it to be 4. Hold on. Why is there 5?
Just
Oh,
go with
that's-
5. That's fine.
5?
Just, I mean, if they're all the ones we discussed already, go for it.
Yeah. I see what I did. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going crazy because. Okay. Let's hope this goes well. It's a.
A great success. Good job.
Great. You
You
got
rolled an
juice.
11. So, we'll change the game.
So
On a
that
hit,
is.
you get juice equal to power. You can spend
Well-
your juice to gain the following effects 1-to-1.
That's
uh,
5
I'm aware. You have 5 juice because
juicy.
Baku is overpowered, I guess. I don't know.
He is
uh,
over. I
So
should tell.
this is great actually because it gives us an example to explain what juice really is.
Ooh.
You can create a story tag. You can burn a power tag or a story tag. You can give or reduce a status 1 tier per point of juice. On a 10 plus, like you have here, you get a minimum of 2 juice, so you already have plenty. You can use the juice also to scale up an effect, prolong the effect, hide the effect, or any other improvement you and the MC agree upon.
All right.
So
I
moving forward,
greater one.
you're gonna have 5 juice to do with it with it as you like.
Okay. So how does juice work? Do I?
You have a pool of 5 points, 1-to-1 for any of those. You can use them. So say for example you wanted this particular attack to do something, you could give them a status with tiers equal to the number of juice you want to use in the moment. And as I said to Meg earlier, if you want to use it later on in the story, it has to be related to how you got it in the first place. So you can't go on and use this to add a story tag to completely unrelated scene. It has to be
Okay.
about what you did in this moment.
What I see Baku doing is that. I mean, it'll give think of like a status 5 of how messed up this guy is when I go at him.
So you're trying to give him a status 5 of what?
Hurt? He's really hurt.
Like
The word
broken
I
leg or-
struggled so hard to get, we're going to go with incapacitated 5.
It sounds good. I just want to knock him unconscious, but it's like he's not going to be waking up for a while.
So,
Sorry.
because you use your Mythos powers, he's going to take it reduced by 1 tier. He's going to take incapacitated 4.
Okay, I'm
or
sorry that's hard.
he's going to, well, not incapacitated. He's going to take what's a synonym that's similar. Overcome 4. And with that, he's going to kind of trip over and stumble against the wall. And this guy over here with the detective, he's started to be restrained. And he's going to...
There we go. Sorry that took so long. I'm just not used to these rules.
Detective, he's going to try to get out of your grapple. So he's going to push back against you. I need you to roll. Let's see. Actually, you have him trapped, so we've already got that. But he's gonna try to spin around and hit you in the ribs. Can you please roll face danger for me?
Okay. Would the counter their best efforts from the previous best attempts roll apply to this, or?
What's up?
So when I rolled the dynamite success, one of the things was block, dodge, or counter their best attempts. Would that apply here, or is it just from
that was just for that last one? So you did get him in that, but he's gonna try to still try to hurt you.
Got you. Let's see. Is there anything that I could actually apply to face danger? I feel like there really isn't.
There might not be, so why don't you roll 2d6 plus 0 power?
Well,
wow,
dynamite
Jesus.
success.
Damn.
I am a combat person. Thank you.
We've been getting pretty good rolls this entire game.
We're good at combat, guys. I mean, Baku's like you saw. He's like freaking. He is ridiculously good at combat.
So
There's Lily.
You see this coming. He tries to elbow you in the ribs, and he does not get to it. You pull tighter up on your grapple, and sorry, my tooth is being painful right now. You're gonna get back on him. You are gonna get him good. So you are not gonna take any effects. Job, what are you doing right now? You have a man grapple holded in front of you, and
yeah, I was thinking I could try and like knock him out.
Sure thing. You're gonna try to hit him with all you got?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and hit him with all I got. I'm gonna use. Sure, I've got this. So punch out their lights.
Accurate.
Since I'm trying to help, would this count for be there for each other? Since I'm trying to help out the detective with restraining him?
I guess so. Let's go with it. Why not?
And I'm going to do Devil May Care because I'm like, let's just end this kind of thing.
Gotcha.
And then I'm going to hold on tight to the rosary and like have him, like it kind of starts to glow just slightly. And I'm going to try and just end this quickly with the Righteous Man on top of that as well.
Is Righteous Man one of your your mythos themes?
One of my mythos. Or would I not be able to use a mythos?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to double check.
Yeah. Well, I can tell this guy is not just like some thug. So like I'm like kind of tapping into that little bit extra and like.
Why don't you roll hit with all you've got?
Yes. That's a 9. Mild success.
On a 7 and 9, choose 1.
And I'm going to do the. I believe this is.
You want to get them good?
Yeah, get them good.
Cool.
So I'm like just trying to like really get it in there and like knock him down.
I should have also asked you to add 2, so you actually would have gotten 11. Why don't you do that actually? Because he is restrained too, so you can add a 2 to that roll.
All right, so 11 on a 10 plus. I choose 2. Okay.
Correct. So you got him good. So you're giving him a tier. Well, it's going to be a 5, but he's going to take it as a 4.
Okay. So that's the 1 was the additional tier 1. Get him good. And for this one, I'm going to do hold target's attention.
Gotcha.
I'm putting like a little extra in there. Like, nope, you're not going to want to target. You're not going to want to go after her. You're going to want to go after me.
Cool.
And like he'll like try and like spout something like "spare the rod, spoil the child" as he like really just lays into him.
So actually, if you want, I may ask you to change that because what you're going to do is you're going to knock him out and he's going to fall down cold.
Okay.
So you've totally knocked him out. But the other guy is still alive if you want to do something that might help you in the future.
I didn't do it. Man, he's...
Yeah.
Well, the other guy didn't die, but he is unconscious.
He's unconscious, okay.
So can I instead do control collateral damage? And well, did the other guy take off already? The guy that was running
he's
away.
trying.
So can I use the 1+ for control collateral damage and be like, "You get out of here,"
Sure.
and like kind of like aid him
He's
on
already
because like
going.
one of the thugs is down, so this is kind of like bolstering his spirits.
Are you
to, like,
trying to get Michael out of the way, or are you trying to get the other thug out of the way?
Michael?
Gotcha. That sounds like okay. I think that sounds good to me. So this thug over here has been pounced on by Baku. Michael has taken this opportunity to get the hell out of Dodge.
Michael seemed like collateral damage, so I'm trying to.
Okay, I like that interpretation. I'm not sure that's how it's supposed to be played, but I like it. I like that interpretation.
Okay.
And with that, I'm also going to say, because this scene has taken a little while, that the guy that you've kind of dominated, Baku, did you give him a status? I forget.
It was like 4.
Oh, it was
Incapacitated.
It was almost. It was like yeah, it was taken aback or whatever it was. He's gonna hold on to that status, but he's gonna run away and he's gonna get away. And before any of you get it, as this guy falls to the ground, and Baku, you're recovering from your monstrous rage.
Yes.
He's gonna take off down the alleyway and disappear.
Damn it, he got away.
Okay, you've made through your first conflict, and good job, folks. You're doing really, really well so far. We're going to take
Hey.
a 5-minute break. So, viewers, please come back, or please stay here. We'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll try to continue the rest of this journey and find out what's going on with these super powerful bad guys. So, see you in 5, everyone. Hello, and welcome back. We are playing City of Mist, and our brave adventurers, not really adventurers, are they? Our brave heroes have just beaten up a group of thugs. One of them is passed out on the street, and the other has gotten away, but not without a bit of trauma, let's say. Speaking of trauma, you have one victim who has made it off into the alleyway and is presumably safe, and another one who, Lily, you've taken into a pizza shop.
Alright.
I'm gonna throw on some good old better music, I think.
Club
Do I have
Penguin
good
Pizza
music?
Shop ambience.
There we go. Let's throw on some good music.
Baku's just kind of taking a minute.
And we're gonna go over to the pizza shop.
Yeah.
So the spelling on this one is exactly correct. For some reason, the pizza shop is called Laser Hot Pizza with capitals LZRHNT. Graphics
All
these
right.
days, marketing, I don't know. But you are inside the bustling and busy Laser Hot Pizza. Lily, you did ask before we broke away from you that you were looking for other employees.
Yes.
In the meantime, there's some chefs in the background. It's a small crew, so it's not like it's a big business, but there's a couple people that are around. Someone has taken over because they noticed that Michael isn't there and has taken over the register.
Okay, so at that point, there's someone at the counter.
Yeah.
So I'm going to walk up to the person at the counter, and I'm going to kind of keep an eye on the kid, kind of keep him in my peripheral, make sure that I know that he's at least inside the pizza shop. And my hands are in my pockets, my hood's up, but I don't have my goggles down. They're pushed up so they can see my face. And I'm gonna walk up to the person behind the counter and be like, is the person who owns this place around by chance?
Oh, sure. Michael's just gone out back to take the trash out. He should be back in a couple minutes.
All right. Is that one of the employees' kids? I'm gonna motion with my head towards the kid.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't remember his name.
Mike?
I had it right here. Oh, it's on the thing, isn't it? Here we go.
Hit Mike.
It's yes, the brothers Michael and Mike.
Standard.
Is that actual fact?
No.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that
Absolutely.
not.
What was that about? Yes, and
God damn it, getting in the way of my story.
Continuing on.
Yeah, that's Willie there. Yeah, that's Michael's little brother.
Little brother.
Yeah, he just kind of hangs around. He helps a little bit if he can, but he's only 10. So, can I take your order?
Yeah, I left my wallet at home. Sorry. And then I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna walk back over to the kid, and I'm gonna crouch down, by him, because he said he was like kind of hiding once he got back into the shop, right? I'm gonna crouch down, kind of have my knees by my chest, wrap my arms around my legs, kind of thing, and be like, "You all right, good?"
What happened?
Well, there's one thing you'll learn as you grow up, and it's that not everyone is super nice. And it looks like someone got into a little bit of trouble. But
was that Mikey? Was that Mikey? Is Mikey okay?
Yeah, he's fine. My friends came in and helped. So I just want to make sure you're doing okay.
It's them sharks, isn't it?
Sharks?
Yeah. Mikey was talking about he was talking to Sam about a lone shark, and I know that sharks, they don't swim in packs. They do swim alone, and so there's a lone shark out there just around. And he seems completely serious about this.
Okay.
He thinks he heard that there is a shark in the neighborhood.
Okay. I'm gonna take note of that eventually. Did you by chance did those men you saw in the alleyway, have they come by here at all? Do you remember seeing them before?
With this, he's gonna clam up.
Okay.
He's so I said he's kind of curled into a ball, and he has his backpack on the table, and he's gonna grab the backpack and pull it over to him and kind of cover himself, and he's not gonna want to talk.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to. This is kind of
my nachos.
Oh, good. I'm going to, the packs of trading cards you find, like the Pokemon ones. They have they're wrapped up kind of thing. They don't really sell them anymore, so I feel like if they were to be found at a shop, it'd be like 50 cents, $1 each, kind of get them out of here sort of thing. I probably grabbed one of those at some point during my time running around. Let's say it's off-brand Pokemon. I don't know. I'm just gonna Digimon. I'm just gonna grab it and I'm gonna set it down in front of him on the ground, and I'm gonna say, "All right, well, you stay safe. Don't let the sharks bite, okay?"
Don't let the sharks bite. Oh, yes, what we say to all young kids.
Yep. And she's gonna look back at the cards real quick, kind of make the presence of it known in case he didn't catch it. And I'm gonna stand up, give him a little wave, and I'm gonna go back outside to the alleyway to
Gotcha.
whatever I see.
You go back outside, and here we've got a man, not dead, but unconscious.
Not dead.
He's been knocked out.
not dead.
He's not swimming.
Dead.
He's not swimming.
And Detective and Job, you stand over this man and think, wow, that took a lot of power to get him to go down.
That was no ordinary thug.
No. It wasn't. I'm just kind of holding my arms, like just kind of taking a minute, like.
You be okay, Baku?
Well, I mean, my arm's broken, but
Oh.
it'll
Ugh.
heal. It'll just be a little, fighting will just be a little harder now.
I think we got like a sling or something back at the office.
Oh, that's good.
Or we could go to the hospital and have it set, which gives us an excuse to go talk to, what was his name, Ramon?
Julio.
Julio.
Ah.
Julio.
I do love you
Big
just
brain.
like pulled a name out of the ether.
Well, the shop is like Ramos, Los Ramos. So
Yeah, the shop.
Los Ramos,
I mean,
yeah.
But first,
Close enough.
We could, unless if it doesn't draw too much attention.
flash a badge, you'll get just about anywhere.
That's good.
And
Speaking of badges, what was it that he was saying about speak to some other
Kaminsky.
detective?
Minsky.
He wouldn't have to be a kind of larger, broader shouldered, kind of imposing figure. Kind of likes to throw his badge around to get his way.
this is a small city, so we'd be in the same precinct since the captain knew him, right?
I'm trying to describe the cop that Linda had seen.
Yeah.
I'll just give you this. It does sound like that guy.
Yep, sounds a lot like him. So that's a conversation we're going to have. And
Yeah.
I'm actually going to be handcuff this guy, moving down here kind of quickly to see if Michael's still in the area.
Lily is going to be walking over to Joe.
How you doing, Lily?
Well, the kid's safe.
What kid?
Oh, you didn't see him. So that guy that was about to get his ass kicked. Yeah, his little brother stepped out, and so I kind of ran off and I made
He's
sure
okay?
that he's okay. He didn't see anything. He's all holed up in the shop now, but he said something about the sharks, a loan shark coming by, and he seemed to know what was going on despite not seeing too much. He was asking about his brother and asking if the loan shark came from.
So, are you thinking we might have found whoever wrote the note?
It's definitely a possibility. If I had the note, I maybe would have been able to ask him, but I think the detective still has it.
Yeah, probably.
And he's kind of clammed up now, so we're probably not going to get anything else out of him. But
Baku busted up their arm again, so we're gonna have to.
Again?
I mean, it probably has happened once before.
this is not the first time.
You run the
has-
dojo.
Job has said you have busted up your arm before, therefore it is now canon.
It is
Yes,
You've busted your
and-
arm on many occasions.
He does MMA. People bust their arms up.
Yeah. So, it's definitely likely, or it's a string of attacks, and this just happens to be another kid caught up in the middle of it.
It sounds like the mob or whoever it is that's doing these loan bits are trying to take the street.
It sounds like it.
They got the corner store, they got the flower shop next door, and they're talking to this Michael kid about the pizza place, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and we gotta stop these guys.
So, detective,
Yes.
you said you were looking for what?
For Michael.
Unfortunately, you go down the alleyway and you don't see him at all.
Did I see which way he ran?
Okay, I can give you that. It looks like he ran to the right, whereas the escaped criminal went to the left.
Okay. What is to the right?
It's just another alleyway into more of the blue-collar neighborhood. So it's the back doors of restaurants and stores and whatnot.
Is the back door for the pizza place down this way?
Sure. Let's say
Sure.
It is now.
It is now.
No, that's kind of the
Yes,
general gist. Is that it's just a general gist that, well, Actually, I did say that the pizza shop was just kind of around the corner, so it'd be actually closer to back where you just were. You don't know this yet, but Lily knows this, that Michael went out to take the trash out. If you'd come back, you'd probably see the trash bucket or the trash bag around that area somewhere. So you're probably actually right near the back exit. It's just obviously like an old alleyway. There's just blank doors that either do or don't have handles on them. So you probably just can't tell which one it is.
Hey, detective.
What?
Lily thinks she might have seen a little brother of the guy that we just helped inside the pizza place.
Mm-hmm.
Willie? I imagine that she knows who Willie is since she knows who Mike is.
Yeah, we said you know who Michael is, so you can reasonably assume you've been served by or met Willie while you're there.
Yeah.
So he's back in the shop then.
Yeah, he's kind of clammed up now, so if all I know is what he told me before he kind of shut down, you know how kids can be.
Apparently he was talking about sharks.
Yeah, he kind of knew a little too much for my comfort. He asked me if the loan shark got to his brother.
Right. Well.
So, heroes, where are you going now?
I think this might be another situation where we have to split up. But are there other detectives on the police force, or is it pretty much just me and Kaminsky?
There's a couple of them, but very few. You've got the director, and then 4 or 5, 6 or 7, some small amount, like 4 or 5, let's say, are on the force.
Not in any shape to investigate right now.
I could take Baku to the hospital if you want, or unless you wanted to go.
Well, that guy got away.
Yeah.
Shall we regroup at the office?
What do we want to do with
I want to go back. I want to go into the shop and see if I can talk to Willie or if Michael went back in there.
So it
For
sounds
this
like
guy, we're going to make another call to... and there's a power here that I just have the option to call for backup. So essentially going to call and be like, hey, there's a guy here that assaulted a civilian. He's restrained and he's incapacitated, but
are you going to wait on the scene until they arrive?
Yes. And if somebody wants to go inside, like maybe Lily, go and hang out in the shop for a second.
I could go in.
And suggest that Job and
I'm gonna
Baku go to the hospital.
Maybe should I avoid the scene? I feel like no.
You're a minor, yeah.
So it sounds like Job and Baku are going to.
Baku's like 28 or 29. He's no minor.
Oh, I
Lily is the.
Lily's the
yeah,
only.
I mixed up who's playing who. I'm sorry.
All good. All
Sounds
good.
like Baku and Job are going to go to the hospital.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to
Detective
the
and Lily, are you staying here to get him brought in and talk to Willie?
Yeah. I'm always gonna stick along with one person. So for right now, I'll tag along with Detective Enkidu.
Okay. What do I want to do first? Let's
To
clean up
say,
the.
don't send Kaminsky. Don't send him. I might hit him.
I might hit him. There's a chance.
Just gonna get his
And
name.
then
Give me 1 sec.
in this spare time, if I'm just gonna relay any other information that didn't come up when I was talking to Job that I learned while I was inside, because there's probably 1 or 2 things I kind of skimmed over about like how there's only one, they don't travel in groups, that stuff.
So you're gonna get detective, an officer. God, why do they have to have these names? Trying to put the new name. Give me 1 sec.
Brodsky.
Joe.
Officer Smith.
I should look this up. You're gonna get a Officer Anish Patel, because it was one of the first names that popped up.
Hey.
So Officer Anish Patel arrives, and you know, Detective, that this is the partner of Officer Kaminsky. He's tough and fairly silent, but has a similar vibe to Officer Kaminsky. Trying to remember if there's anything else I need to double check. He's not going to say much. He's a very quiet man, very stern man. And so he's going to take the guy, he's going to put him into the backseat of the police cruiser and give you a kind of a tip of his hat and drive off towards the police station.
I'm actually going to stop him for a second because I want to ask him a couple things and see if I can actually get
He
an
doesn't
answer
say
out of
anything, he
him.
just kind of grunts.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, dang! Critical misses, rating with a party of 21. Thank you so much,
Oh.
Critical
Oh,
misses.
yay!
Hey.
Look
I
at
hope
that.
Oh.
Welcome, guys.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you so much for joining us. We are playing a game called City of Mist. It's our first time trying it out. It's going pretty well, so thank you so much for coming by.
What do you mean raiding the party? Raiding with it.
He brought a bunch of people.
So if
Yeah.
the stream ends on a different channel, you can have all of them kind of come with you to watch another channel's stream, and that kind of helps us kind of hang out with other
Get those
streamers.
viewers,
It's very
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna booyah.
Booyah, all you like. Thank you so much for joining us. We've decided to split the party because that's always a
That's
good
what
thing
you
to do
do.
in a role-playing game.
Yeah. Make the
Look,
line
we're
hard for the DM.
investigating. The more grounds we can cover, the better.
Yeah.
Though honestly, in a game
We'll do
like
more
this, it's
damage
probably a
that
good
way.
game to kind of split up the party.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Critical Misses.
Thank you.
If you get a chance, go follow them. They're super lovely. I mean, I hope so. I mean, I've never actually gotten a chance to. Oh, look at that, a subscription. Awesome.
Aww.
Yay.
Oh, thank
We're
you.
doing- Tonight's
you.
tonight's a great night.
Michael,
Yeah.
Michael Wayne. That's a good one. Okay. Well, welcome to the channel. Let's get going. We're splitting up the party. So I said we were going to figure out the Willy business first. Detective, you were going to stop the officer,
Yes.
Anish.
I was stopping
you
at
write
Anish.
that down before I forget. Okay. He doesn't say anything. He just kind of grunts and says, yeah. He's like
Com-
chewing on sunflower seeds for no reason.
I feel that. I love sunflower seeds, but
Okay. Maybe you call some of us out.
we're going to cross our arms and ask, so have you noticed anything off with Kaminsky lately? Anything different? Is he
Off? No. Why would anything be off? You're off the clock, Enkidu. I can take it from here.
just because I'm off the clock doesn't mean I can't talk about my coworkers? I'm kind of concerned.
Don't worry about him. He's fine.
Let's see. What would it'd probably be a convince, right? If I wanted to kind of push him.
If you want to
See
convince
if I
him to
can
tell
get-
you something, that would be a convince, yes.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. I do have a power set that I can add that's push someone for answers. Do you think Veteran's Hunch could apply?
One more time?
Do you think Veteran's Hunch could apply?
Sure.
Okay. What about instinct over reason?
Sure.
Okay. So that
If you're
puts
questioning
me-
your own precinct, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. So let's see. go through and add a couple of power tags to this. That puts me at 3, I believe. Pushing for answers, veteran's hunch, and instinct. I don't think incorruptible would apply here, would it? It'd be more like if somebody was trying to get me to do something.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. And that's a convince. That is a dynamite success, sir.
Hell yeah.
With a 13.
This one rule that I barely looked up, of course, comes up like 7 times.
All me, too. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just because you're awesome.
You're awesome.
You are.
We're good detectives.
I played this character because I wanted to be smart.
Hey.
I wanted to play this character because I wanted to hunt monsters. And I did.
I was given this character.
You're doing
I'm
great.
Thank you. I'm loving Lily right now.
I don't know what a dynamite success does on a convince someone, but you're going to come up with a tier 3 status.
Be like maybe let something slip he shouldn't, or
I was leaning towards either cooperative or on friendly terms. Which I kind of think makes sense, but also letting something slip would be a decent one, but I don't know how to phrase it as a tag for that.
What was your suggestion?
I've got 3 of them right now. There's either like he accidentally lets something slip. I don't know what would be a tag for that.
Okay.
Cooperative or on friendly terms. I'm not sure which one would be
what did
best
you roll?
suited for
You rolled
this.
a 6 plus 4 plus 3. You still be at 10. Okay, cool. We're going to give him a status of let something slip, which is kind of what you suggested. 3, which just kind of means he's gotten sloppy. He isn't. I didn't want to say sloppy 3 because that kind of sounds weird, but he just let something slip 3, which is
Who slips?
which means
The
they'll be more
slips,
likely
yeah.
to. So he's not going to choose to change their agenda to include yours, because they can either choose a status or do that. And so you're gonna have to ask him more specifically what you want.
You know if he's been meeting or working with anybody outside the precinct? Someone who's... anyone who might not be... Anyone well, I guess she'd be more upfront about it. Anybody who's acting kind of shady. This guy... and jets her thumb towards the cars. Like, I don't know if he's just spitting names or not. Seems to think that Kaminsky's on their payroll. And I am saying that intentionally, by the way, because I want to see if that gets to Kaminsky or not.
He's gonna say, I need to pick up someone's name, so give me 1 second, okay? He's going to get defensive. He's gonna say, I don't know what you're trying to dig up, Enkidu. We're playing it straight. I don't know what you're talking about. But what you're gonna get is as he shakes his head and ducks under the into the cop car, you're gonna hear him mumble to himself. Gotta tell Fabio.
Fabio.
I can say that normally if you want, because that was really quiet and baritone, but
Fabio.
Is Fabio a name that I might recognize from any like police records?
unfortunately you don't.
Cool.
You could hypothetically do that on downtime if you want to look into something.
Okay.
But
It sounds like a mobster name.
I gotta tell a Fabio.
are you stereotyping mobster names?
Blame it on Italian mobster movies, okay?
Is there anybody local named Fabio? Like maybe the salon owner?
I mean, Miller Square is a small part of town, but you're in a big city.
True.
So you don't know.
True.
You're precinct 23. That means there are 22 other precincts.
Truth. All right. That's the lead.
That is a lead. And because it's going to come up in the future, I'm
Writing it down.
No, well, yeah, I'm going to give you a story tag.
Ooh.
Give me a sec. If I can find my story tag tracking sheet. So your story tag for this is going to be Clue 1. Because you don't know a lot, but you know that this cop seems to be involved in something.
Okay. Is there an actual tag on the sheet for that?
I can throw one in the map, but it's not. There's not a really super good way to keep track of that. I can let you know where that thing is on the tracker.
Okay. 'Cause I can select it on my thing, but it adds it as like a roll bonus. So I guess I'll just make a note of it too.
Sounds good. Why don't we head into the pizza shop?
All right.
That is Detective and Lily. So,
Yes.
Lily, you see little kid you saw earlier. You saw Willie. He is sitting in one of the tables at the pizza shop. He is kind of still clutching his backpack, but he has started to kind of scribble on some paper. You can't really tell what he's doing, but he's just like listlessly drawing, basically.
Is the pack of playing card or trading cards still on the ground, or did he take them?
He put them. You know how kids kind of like to organize things sometimes, like they make their station just the way they like it. So he's like placed them right on top of, right above his little drawing station, and he keeps kind of like fiddling with it or like looking at it, but he hasn't touched it yet. He's taken it.
So it's
He has
not
not
open?
opened it yet.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just keep my hands shoved in my pockets, kind of keeping it low. I'm going to be tagging along with this is going on with the detective's out talking to the other officer, right? Or is this after?
I would say you can do it during, because Enkidu would not let you be on the scene while she's talking with another officer, because that's a liability.
Gotcha.
Look at you thinking creatively in the story world.
How has it's Michael, right?
It's Willie.
Willie.
Willie's the kid.
The other dude.
Michael. Yeah, Michael.
Michael.
brother.
Okay. Has he returned?
Yes, you can notice that he looks a little rough around the edges. That's not the right word, but he looks a little rough and tumble. But he's back to working, and he's making a pizza in the back.
Is he like making it, or is he like moving it from? What's he doing exactly? What do I see him doing?
Just doing the normal pizza things, all the stuff that
So
I
he's in
definitely
the-
researched
he's
before
in the
doing
kitchen?
this roleplay.
No, like I'm saying, like he's in the kitchen. You're
Yeah,
saying?
he's in the kitchen. So there's
Okay.
no one at the line right now, but there's people like waiting for pizzas or eating at the tables. So he's in the back working with the other workers making some pizzas.
All right, then I'm going to. Is there anybody at the counter?
Not at the moment.
Or is it not at the moment? I don't know him by name, do I? Or no, actually I do, because Willie.
Well,
Willie
he
said
called
it.
you Mikey. He called him Mikey.
It's worth a shot. I'm going to walk up to the counter, get pretty much as close to where I can see him without going into like staff only places, and I'm gonna call out Mikey.
He's not gonna recognize that.
Damn it! It's worth a shot.
Wow, you gave up so quickly.
No. Sometimes I'll do that. If I call out someone and they don't hear me or they don't respond to it, I'm gonna try a different approach. Do I see any of the workers nearby?
No, but you could call someone.
I'm gonna call someone. I don't know if I need to like hit the bell or
You don't.
whatever.
I mean,
the
yeah.
hell.
Just how are you getting someone's attention?
Yeah.
In the roleplay world.
So I'm gonna call someone over. We're
It's
gonna wait for
improv.
them
You could
over.
just say there's a bell and ding, ding, ding.
Sure.
This is your world to develop.
You're right. I forget this. All
The
right.
mist covers all sins.
All right. Yeah, sure. Let's say that there's a little bell for me to ring. She's
Are we
gonna.
gonna put horse head in the bed next?
Because
He tries.
we've taken so long to develop this bell. I'm gonna ask you: do you ring it incessantly or just once politely?
I'm gonna do it twice. I'm gonna ding ding.
Yes, nice twice. Okay, cool.
Not super urgent, but I'm not being like, "Where's the manager?" But I'm trying to like get someone's attention.
Let me talk to your manager.
Let me talk to your manager.
God damn it,
Get the
Karen.
owner here right now.
Lily,
Um,
I only know Karen. I am not playing a Karen.
Anyway, I have no idea what's going on in chat right now.
My boyfriend started this.
Gosh darn it. Anyway,
Don't let him distract you.
this is role playing. Gosh darn
Horse
it.
pizza.
Pay attention.
What the hell?
We are more important right now.
It just went from Fabio to Godfather to horse head.
Horse pizza.
Moving forward, Michael is the one who's gonna peek his head up and say he's gonna go, "Oh, hey, just 1 second, I'll be right there." And he finishes making a pizza. He does the whole thing. Why have I slipped into a weird Italian accent?
I don't know.
He's making the pizza.
Is he making a pizza pie?
It's part of the job description. You have to do a really bad accent.
DM requirements. Can you do a really, really bad
Oh,
Italian
yes, I can. That I hope is not a clippable moment. Anyway,
I think it is.
so he's gonna throw some cheese on a pizza, shove it into the oven, and kind of scurry up to take your order. How can I do you? How can I do you?
How can I do ya? FBI, open
Welcome
up.
to Laser Hot Pizza. What can I get for you?
I'm just gonna kind of look
Lily,
at him.
I should say he looks unfazed.
He looks unfazed, like what just happened did not happen.
Or that he didn't care about it.
Oh. All right, then I'm going to look at him. Look behind me towards Willie and back at him. So, your brother almost saw that a little bit back there.
Oh, I just needed to pay up. I'm fine. Don't you worry about it. I'm fine.
Oh no, I'm not judging or anything. I'm just making sure because those are my people, you could call them, that came in there. If there's any information that you can tell us that would help us maybe crack down on them, because you're not the only one who's been, some have actually gotten worse stuff. So, yeah.
He's gonna get a little spooked by that and go, I don't.
She's very deadpan.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sharks?
Sharks?
Loan shark?
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to possibly I'm trying to convince him to try and give me information, but I'm trying to go about it in like an intimidating way where it's like there's no point in lying to me because I know more than I'm letting on. You just don't know exactly what I know, kind of thing.
Gotcha.
And she's kind of taking on a little bit of defensive stance somewhat in the sense of like a child could have gotten thrown into the middle of that if she didn't take him off to safety. So kind of intimidation.
You know what I'm going to actually ask you to do?
Okay.
It sounds like you're trying to get information from him.
Yeah, so I'm trying to
so
convince him to
what
tell me something.
What I'm going to ask you to do is roll to investigate.
Okay, investigate, and then can I throw indignant? Is that how you say it? Indignant?
Indignant.
Indignant?
I don't know how you pronounce words. I've never seen that word before. It's the
Indignant.
Indignant.
No,
Okay,
Have you
can I
never seen
can
the
I
word
just throw that?
indignant?
I haven't. Can I just throw that on there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. And
We'll get you a dictionary for next stream.
yeah. I'm
Oh, wait.
We'll
We
mail it
have
to you
the
right now.
Internet.
Oh wait. Anyways,
Yes,
I'm illiterate, so I'm gonna do
subscription
that. And then, can I do private investigator license too?
If you're going to involve that in trying to get information out of him, then you can.
It's
That
not
could-
technically a job that we've taken on.
No, it's not. And I don't want to tie a detective
But-
to it and
We
cause
did get a note.
problems.
Also, he doesn't know you don't have a job.
That's true.
You're right. So, yeah, sure. I'm gonna slap that on there too, and I'll work it into the dialogue as I go. So 2d6 plus 2.
Correct.
All right, let's do plus 2. And you said investigate,
Yes.
please. I got a 9. That's a mild success.
Yes. So on a 7-9, I can choose one of these issues, but you do get to ask me one question. And so we're going to play this out as you're asking Michael a question, and he's going to answer in kind with an answer.
Okay. What was that? We still have. Well, okay, no. I remember the note because this was just like an hour or so ago when I first read it. What was the note? What did the note say exactly?
Let me grab that for you. You get
I
a note
don't-
that says, "Please help us. We are in danger. Sharks in Miller Square."
Okay. Then I'm going to ask. First of all, what do you know about sharks in Miller Square? What does that phrase ring a bell to you?
Let me give me 1 sec, okay?
All right.
So you asked, what was your question? It was, what do you know about sharks?
Yeah, essentially, does the phrase sharks in Miller Square ring a bell to you? What's the significance of that phrase?
Okay. I'm gonna take one of the complications, but I'm not gonna tell you which one it is.
Ooh, okay.
He's gonna laugh and go, "Oh, you must have been talking to Willie over there. He's got a wild imagination. You mentioned a loan shark in front of him, and he thinks it's a big deal. But no. I just borrowed some money, and it's fine. I'm gonna pay it back. Don't worry about it."
All right. Would you say you're Willie over there? Is he artistic? Does he like doing arts and crafts?
Oh yeah, he's I think he's into all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think he likes the comic books. Yeah, he has a whole bunch of those.
So, I think he's kind of mixing up loan sharks and this narrative and comic books.
Kids and their wild imaginations, right?
Yeah, I get that. She's gonna look back at Willie again, and then the guy. And if I'm trying to find out other stuff, do I need to roll again, or is this kind of like the
we'll see it as it happens. So you do your role play, and I'll interfere when I need to ask you to roll.
Okay. And I'm also going to say that I'm not trying to get involved in all of your financial stuff. That's not my business. You see, I'm only asking because some people that you could say I'm close to them, they got involved with some loan business, and I just don't want to see another place in this town go down, you know? Now I'm trying to take on a more empathetic stance, if that's how you would take that. I don't know how else to kind of advertise that. Trying to kind of get us like a mutual understanding of like, oh, I'm not actually trying to give you shit for it or anything. She's just trying to get some information.
What kind of information are you trying to get from him?
I'm trying to make sure that this incident that I witnessed in the alleyway is definitely connected to the general store one. So if there's like the sharks that Linda was talking about and this one, I'm trying to see if the information he gives me instead of the source being Willie matches up.
Okay. This is gonna sound weird.
Oh.
I'm gonna do this because it's interesting.
Okay.
I want you to roll. You get a choice.
Ooh.
You can roll face danger or convince someone, depending on which tags you want to use.
Ooh.
Let me see if my face danger if there's any.
It's not going to be immediate danger, so it's not like you can fight someone up, beat someone up.
Yeah, no. There's one where it says resist adult influence, and that's good advice, indignant, and punk outfit.
Okay. So how many tags is that?
That's going to be power 3.
Okay.
And that's for a face danger.
Cool. Roll face danger.
Okay.
But you're going to be facing off against Michael's influenced 3.
Ooh.
So you have to take 0.
Oh wow.
What does that
mean?
So
it'll be 3 power minus 3. There should be an option in that
That's the adult power right
there.
there.
So that's just a straight flat roll.
Yep, just 2d6.
Ooh. Okay, then I'll just knock that off. No, reset, please. All right, so take face danger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Please give me a good roll. Please give me a good roll.
Where are the people in the chat giving us?
Yes!
Wow.
Yes.
12! Yes!
That's a crit.
That was so loud.
I'm sorry. I needed a good roll on that. I needed a good roll.
Oh
This
my
little-
gosh.
This little punk just, just gave this adult what for. She ain't having it.
So Michael's gonna look you up and down, and he is gonna. You happen to notice as you're doing this that Michael had taken his phone out, and he kind of looks down at it a couple times while you're talking to him about like, I have a friend who got hurt recently. He's gonna look at his phone a couple times, and then he's gonna look at you and think, she's only a kid, and she's just gonna put it back in his pocket.
Ooh.
I mean, you didn't hear that, but that's what he's thinking.
Yeah. Okay. So.
And as a little behind the curtain moment, you avoided your investigate mixed success.
What?
You avoided the danger from your mixed success.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm supposed to play it like that, but I wanted to, so I did. Because I'm the GM.
You make the rules. All right.
Where's the clip?
There's clip. All right. So then I was trying to ask that information. Did I learn anything from that?
I will say you didn't learn anything specific. You didn't learn a clue. You did, however, realize in that moment that he is under the power of something, but you don't know what.
Is it a mythos power or can I tell?
I rolled a lot right now, but if you want to roll one more time for investigate, I'll give you that one answer.
Can I do that with knowledge of the arcane arts?
You most certainly can.
Yes. All right, and that's investigation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Investigate, please. That's an 8.
You get one question.
Does this have to be like an acted out thing, or can I ask like GM?
No, that's
knowledge?
to the GM.
Okay.
I'm gonna explain it in character how you know this, but.
Ooh. Okay. Do I get the sense that he has? What am I trying to see? My theory is that he might be being taken advantage of if he does have mythos, and the sharks have something that's like more powerful than his, and that's how they're trying to get him to do whatever sort of thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So, Iron Hans is your embodiment of mythos.
Mm-hmm.
He is a giant with magical powers, and you hear him calling to you. So normally you would call to him, but you hear him calling to you just in your mind, just like a light tap on your brain, just a feeling that this man is totally mundane. He is a sleeper. He is not a rift, but he has been, well, influenced by something not mundane. Someone has convinced him to do something, and you can tell just from the aura around his, looking in his eyes, you can see this isn't human. Not Michael, but whatever influenced him was not.
Okay.
And we will leave it there. Detective, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You've the officer has sped away with your thug in tow.
How far away is the precinct from here?
I'd say, well, you have to drive there, so
Yeah.
at least a few blocks, I'd say. And I'd imagine your all-seeing eyes out of the purview of Precinct 23, so they're not close by.
All right, and as far as I can tell, I'll say that we're at the end of the alley, and she's just kind of watching him until I guess probably he turns the corner or something to go towards the station.
Okay.
Does he go towards the station when they rounds the corner, though?
He does.
Okay.
We're actually going to switch over because we've given the spotlight to the scene for a little while. I want to go to Job and Baku, who are on their way to the hospital. Correct?
Yes.
Yep.
How are you getting there?
guess Depends
let's
on how
see.
far
My
away it is.
character
So again, I think it's something that you have to drive or take a bus or a train or something to.
My character, he lives right in Miller Square, right? So he probably doesn't have a car. He probably just uses public transportation.
So like
But-
a subway or
or maybe Job, or Job might have a car.
Job?
Joe? No, he doesn't have a car. He lives like 2 houses down from the church.
Okay, so we'll just take a bus.
So you are on the bus. As you get on the bus, it starts to rain a little harder. And that's very loud. Whoa. Are you done discussing the way of the bus? Are you kind of quiet travelers?
We're quiet travelers.
Okay.
I'll kind of
Oh,
look
it has
at
been said.
You know, you don't want to. We don't want to draw attention. I don't think.
Job, you
Well,
were going to
just-
say something?
I'll just say, I think the guy who runs Los Remos, the flower shop, might be there too, if that's what the detective said earlier.
Could be.
So you are on the way to the hospital, and you're going to go to the emergency room. You're going to try to just kind of check in.
Not necessarily emergency. I don't think.
You have a broken arm.
I do have a broken arm, but I mean, I want to get treated quickly.
So don't go to the emergency room. That seems logical.
Well,
I mean, that's just
it's a broken arm,
a comment on the American healthcare system, the
Yeah.
overcrowding of ERs in
Yeah.
America, et cetera, et cetera.
etc. We'll just go.
We're worried about COVID.
There's no COVID in my city.
Or maybe this is before COVID.
Mist is making us forget that there's COVID.
The mist is. Oh my god.
if only.
Before COVID. Or maybe this city is exempt from COVID.
The mist is
in-
anti-COVID.
The city of Mist, there never was COVID.
No, what happened to the yes and?
Don't include COVID in my campaign.
There's also escapism.
There's also a
You know, there's a
Get
little-
your reality out of my fantasy.
It'll take a few hours to get COVID, but no.
Baku, I think maybe the emergency room might be best. It might be the quickest way of getting this done.
I mean, true. It's true. Personally, I have never been to the emergency room.
You're not missing out on much.
So, Job, take over for this part of it. As you describe what you imagine an emergency room looks like. You come in, there's a check-in desk and a security guard.
Yeah.
There's
I imagine at this
doors
time it's probably
into the
not, like-
hospital, but,
Yeah, I imagine it's not like super busy. Like there might be like a few other people there.
Mhm,
And I'll just go up to the clerk or the person at the desk.
mhm.
Like, evening. I've got a friend of mine. Ended up with a broken arm. Can we see somebody to help with that at any point?
Oh, yes, sure. Why don't you, why doesn't he give us his insurance information and we'll get you in as soon as we can, okay?
Yeah, and blah 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 blah.
And we take this moment
Blah, 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 blah.
a screen wipe into the brightly fluorescent inside of this hospital. You're gonna, as soon as you're taken in, they check your blood pressure and they check your heart rate and all this kind of other stuff. They check for signs of shock. How are you taking a broken arm, Baku?
I don't know. I mean, my character's had his arm broken before. We already said that, so just I don't know.
The nurses recognize him. He's like, oh, it's this guy again.
Get a load of this guy.
Oh, hey, Baku, how you doing?
Right or left?
Which one is it today?
You said it. It's now canon. So, like, smoking
What?
6 packs a day like nurse for some reason. She has curly, unkempt hair, and she has been a nurse for far, far too long. She goes,
Back
"Oh,
in my day. Okay.
hello, Brian. Back again, are we? What'd you do this time? Throw someone over a fence?"
I I went a little rough in the parkour, okay?
You kids these days and your parkour and all your
Your
flipping and
Digimon
nonsense.
cards and
I
You're
bet you're going to
dungeoning
be
the
playing
dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons sometime soon. Get over there and we'll fix you up, okay?
Okay.
And
Someone
so-
should make a clip of that.
while Baku is being treated by this nurse, Job, what are you doing?
What was the name of the guy who ran the flower shop?
Julio Ramos.
Okay.
like, hey, Susie, I heard Julio Ramos might have had some issues recently. Do you know? Can you tell me if he's in? I haven't seen him around the church in a while.
Oh, hello, Father. Well, yeah, it's a bit of doozy of a case. He got his head bashed in real hard. My accent has changed all of a sudden. I'm sticking with it now.
That's okay. It's weird around the city lately, so accents come and go.
Multiple personality disorder.
Sorry. Anyway,
I was trying to do a Liam Neeson thing earlier. It didn't work out, so I completely
I like your
understand.
accent's great. Anyway, yeah, he got. I just lost him. She's gone now.
Just you're gonna buy
I gotta get that, gotta get
Ghostbusters.
that.
What do you want?
What do you? Ah. Sorry.
I
Anyway,
like to have fun here.
I love Susie. Susie's my favorite now. She's the only character that matters right now.
In your one shot.
No, she will be everywhere. You must put her in every one shot.
Every
Lucy's
single thing.
everywhere.
So, Susie, do you know is Julio? Is he in one of the rooms? Am I within visiting time? Can I check on him, see how he's doing?
Oh, sure, Father. You can go see him now if you think he might get a he might like to speak to someone if you're around, if you're willing to talk. I don't mind loosening the rules a little bit.
Susie, you're an angel.
Forget about it. Baku, do you want to ask any questions?
And I'll kind of
Susie?
I'll
Or are you trying to kind of cover for Job right now? I guess she's
Baku-
not. She's cutting out, I think. So Job, take over.
All right.
so I'll go ahead and like go to the room that Susie would have told me it was,
Okay. And so you're gonna.
and I'll
walk
like
in- Sorry, you were saying?
I was gonna say I'll just kind of like knock on the door if it's like open a little.
Oh yeah, come in.
Julio,
Yeah, it's me. Who's there?
it's me. It's Father Carter.
Oh, Father. Oh, I didn't expect you to come out here. Come on in. And so you walk into this hospital room. There's a dividing curtain, and no one's in the front bed. But in the back bed, you find Julio. Let me give you a little description of Julio. Julio Ramos is a dashing but hot-blooded owner of Los Ramos Flower Shop. Julio is tall. He's romantic. People would say he shines with love and smiles at anyone who stops to enjoy the flowers. And you come up to his bed, and you see he has a big bandage around his head. It looks like he's broken an arm too. He's in a hospital gown, and he is obviously very tired.
Oh, Julio, my
got-
son.
A big black eye, and
Black
he's
eyed
hooked
peas?
up to all kinds of machines in the background. He's not dying, but you can tell he was not doing well for a while.
My son. Oh, I was afraid something would have happened to you. I saw your shop, and then after what happened this morning, I thought I'd stop in and see how you're doing, and check on you.
I appreciate that, Father. I'm sorry I never really got to church all that often, but I guess now is a good time as any to talk to someone.
As long as you're a good person, Summer, he'll know.
Thank you. I hope I'm a good person. I stood up to someone far more powerful than me, and I regret it to this moment.
Yeah, that's something I was wanting to talk to you about. Because, unfortunately, you weren't the last. You know, Sam Settle?
Yeah, Sam? What happened to Sam?
He had someone, I think he was involved with some not so nice people, and unfortunately, he made a trip upstairs.
Well, it sounds like I got out better than he did. You think he was involved?
I think so. What? I don't know everything. I just had bits and pieces, you know. Do you think maybe you could? I don't know exactly what I could do for you, but listen, son. I think if you talk to me, maybe I can help. Maybe I can find someone who can help. You know.
I don't know if you can help, Father. Believe me, those thugs were brutal. I can hold myself in a fight. I got myself. I protect my family and my sister. But those guys, I swear to, well, sorry,
That's
Father.
all right.
I swear to God,
Go ahead.
they've got the devil in them, Father.
Yeah, I
There
think
is
I might
something
have.
seriously wrong with those guys.
Actually think I might have run into a couple of them earlier down an alleyway.
You, Father? You took on a couple of thugs in an alleyway?
No, you know, I just I gave them the good word, you know.
I guess I got to start going to church.
Some powerful stuff, man. I tell you.
This conversation is working out so much better than I thought it would. I love it. Okay.
The secret of how you convert someone is to be a badass.
You literally punch the word of the Lord into them.
Yeah, I wrapped my knuckles in prayer beads and knocked them out.
Have y'all not seen Priest? Come on.
You're trying to convince Julio to tell you more about who beat you up. So I'm gonna, we're playing a game. This is a role-playing game. We have rules. I'm gonna ask you to convince someone, please.
Okay.
And you can use whatever power attacks you think are appropriate.
So I think righteous man to try and do that.
We've wandered into that territory, I guess. Go for it.
And then I think all of my father figure abilities, the compassionate, have a heart to heart, and then, hey, listen, son.
Yes, use listen, son.
Yeah. And,
Listen, son.
I mean, he did say it.
Congregation, because he's familiar with the church. At least he might not be there all the time, but he's familiar enough with it to know me.
That sounds like plenty of tags. So
All right,
why don't you roll convince someone +5?
Yeah.
And I just want to hear what you are going to
I
say to
am
him.
not rolling well.
What?
That's still not terrible.
Oh, I know.
You should have advantage.
I don't think anyone gave me any, so.
Yeah, I
Listen.
mean, come on, people. It's right there in the chat.
Oh,
Come on, y'all. Be kind.
And I kind of I'll sit at the edge of his bed and kind of
Listen, son. Times are tough, and the only way that we can deal with bullies in the community is by being a community, you know?
By being a bully.
And the only way that you can deal with yeah. And if there's somebody out there who's trying to threaten one of us, they're threatening all of us. And so we got to get together. It could be, I'm not necessarily saying we can go into a fist fight with people. I mean, God doesn't always take kindly to that. But coming together and sharing information, keeping each other up to date, that's what communities do.
The dramatic irony. Oh, I love it so much. Great, love it.
Oh wait.
So
So I got an 8.
yes. They're gonna give in a little, but kind of protect their own agenda.
Oh yay.
If you could tell me if
Indeed.
you're involved with these loan sharks, maybe who they are exactly, maybe who their boss is, you know, maybe we can, any bit of information that might be able to help us figure this out.
Now, honestly, my store wasn't doing well. But when those guys came in, when that guy came in and tried to convince me that I should take out a loan with him, that was just one step too far. Father, I don't want you to go against these guys. That's too much to ask, but these Falzoni guys, they're strong, and they're gonna bring this whole town down. And Clara, God damn Clara, I hope she's okay.
Clara.
My sister, again, I've been a bad brother. I haven't brought her in, but did I say sister? Is she a sister? Yeah, she is now. I haven't been a good brother to her. I haven't brought her in yet, but as soon as I'm out of here, I'll be there on Sundays. I promise.
Hey, you get better, you heal up. If you feel up to it, by all means be there. I'm there 7 days a week. So Sundays you don't have to be there. If you want to stop by, say hi, maybe give a little prayer.
Sundays are one of my busiest days, so
Yeah.
like Monday?
Sunday's just the main event, but I'm there all week.
Good. And he's
And
gonna
also, it looks like Johnny N gave me a +2, so thank you for that, Johnny.
yay!
in chat.
Good. Thank you so much. So you can use that on any check moving forward. I do ask that you use it before you roll.
Yes.
Great. Cool.
You got my pager number, right? I make sure I give everyone my pager number so they
Father,
need
Father.
anything.
No one uses a pager anymore.
I do. It's
love
worked
it
out
'cause
just fine.
I need to know some of Job's like pager number like code messages. Like what is 888? Like I don't know. Like come on. So
If
in
it-
this situation,
If it's an emergency, you just send 316 to my pager and I'll know.
God damn it!
Make it
So in
666. Do it.
character.
Yes.
666.
But
Six,
316.
six, six.
What
John
is
316.
Not 316. Yeah.
Oh.
You and your role playing. Hold on. I need to know what this is now because I'm invested. Is the most widely quoted verse. What is it? Come on, Bible Gateway, let me know.
At
For
the
God
righteous-
so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, that's a hefty one there. I like that though.
Like I said, if it's an emergency, 316, I'll know.
He'll find a way. He'll get to you.
If there's a will, there's a way.
So
God
he,
works in mysterious ways. Don't worry about it.
He rubs his temple and goes, oh God, sorry.
Rest.
Please.
Rest now, my child.
Father, stay away from those Falsoni guys. They're too powerful.
Well, you know what they say. God finds a way.
And with
But
that,
you rest.
he does, and he sits back and he closes his eyes and just takes some deep breaths. He's still recovering from his concussion.
I gotta go check on another friend.
I think Baku has left the scene for the moment, so we're gonna go back to the pizza shop.
Yeah.
I'm
No.
sorry, Father. We lost him.
Just that broken arm was too
he's
much.
getting an X-ray. He's getting an X-ray.
Oh, there
It's
we go.
fine.
That's important. Yes. Lily, what are you up to?
I'm going to. I think this is the most information that I'll be able to get from the scene at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to then say thank you for your help, and I'm going to then leave the store. I'm going to leave the shop. Willie still hasn't opened the deck, right?
Pardon?
The Willie hasn't opened the pack of cards yet, right?
No, he has not.
All right, then I'm going to glance over, see if he has, see that he hasn't. Then I'm going to then step out of the pizza place, and I'm going to then regroup with. No, I'm going to pull out my phone. Is the detective still within sight, or has she dipped?
Yeah, she's out on the corner there. She watched
Okay.
as the officer left the scene.
Honestly,
Alright,
probably wouldn't have been that long. We can roll with Lily stepping out for that, but I was also going to have Enkidu go into the shop as well.
So let's
Okay.
say you meet her at the door. As you're about to leave, Enkidu opens the door for you and steps on into the pizza shop.
All right.
Detective, what are you doing?
Well, I'm gonna first ask Lily what she found out. Probably look past her, see that Michael's back in the shop. Ask what's up, what's going on.
I'm going to, as briefly as possible, while still giving her the information, mention the fact that he doesn't seem to be too bothered by what's going on, despite the fact that he just nearly got jumped, and that he's been influenced by something that's not human. And I'm also going to mention that it's likely that Willie is the one that gave us the note. And that's where I'm gonna kind of walk past.
Then if you're walking out, she'll ask where you're heading.
I think I'm gonna go sit on this information back at the office. And I think we could all use a little bit of group thinking once we get back there. So I'll set up the board for us to start theorizing.
Yeah, my dude needs to rest up at the hospital for the night. So,
For
Yeah,
a
so
broken
I think-
arm?
well, maybe not for a broken arm. Well, I mean,
No, this is
I'm
good. We
putting
can
it-
play a bit of rules that I kind of skipped over.
The
or
downtime stuff?
And downtime is a moment when you can all take a break. This does not have to happen in the same day. You can create this. You can solve this mystery over a little bit of time. So we're going to take a bit of what's called downtime. If I can find it in the book. Downtime is an advanced player move. Whenever your character has some downtime, choose one way to spend it. You can give attention to one of your logos, work the case, explore your mythos, prepare for your next activity, or recover from your last activity. So this is the one where you can, for each ongoing status still affecting you, the MC will tell you if and how it can be reduced during your downtime, and by how many
Praise the
tiers.
sub.
All right.
Well, thank you, Regent Jester, for subscribing. Thank you so much.
Hey!
Thank you.
What's up?
thanks, buddy. All right, so I'm definitely gonna recover from my last activity.
Yeah.
Tell me if you have any relevant tags in your mythos that might give you ability to
I mean,
heal faster than a regular human.
I probably would. I mean, there's like an advanced tag that I don't have yet that would help me, but
Well, you don't have it, do you?
I don't have it. No, I have.
We can say one thing. We can say, okay, you're a mixed martial arts sensei, so you can feel free to use that tag, and we can say that you'll reduce the harm on your broken arm by 1 tier.
Okay.
let's say in story-wise that you have, as you said, broken your arm plenty of times. You know how to fix yourself. You know how to make yourself feel better. And Susie is there. She helps you kind of patch up your arm. She does tell you, please don't do anything for the next 2 weeks, and we'll get you a cast tomorrow. But realistically, we can't follow the timeline of you getting in a cast. So we're gonna say that you schlep out of the emergency room when no one is looking and patch yourself up at home.
Yeah. So I'll just do that for the night.
So you
and
can
rest
reduce your tier of broken arm down to tier 1. Anyone else
Okay,
want to do
that's-
something while we're in downtime?
So it's more like a fracture.
Yeah. So let's do fracture 1. Anyone else?
So are we all doing the downtime then?
Yeah, if you want to. You don't have to, but you can if you have any effects you want to do, if you want to do some more investigation, that kind of stuff. The rules should be in the quick start guide if you still have that available.
Now the name that they gave, that Julio gave me, was it the Facellis?
Great question. I have it here.
Mhm.
Falzoni. Falzone.
Or the Fratellis.
All right.
There's my Goonie reference.
I'm gonna I guess in downtime, just kind of try and investigate Falzoni, see if it might be something where, if it's a name that's known, if maybe it's a name that connects back to maybe like a rival business or someone who's trying to nudge their way into the city or take over shops or whatever.
Job, what is your background?
Job actually used to be in construction. He had a concrete business that he ran with his wife.
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to be pushed out by the local mob.
Okay.
This was about 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And when he refused to do so, they tried to muscle in. So he's getting a lot of flashbacks about that now.
Mm-hmm.
And when he outright refused and tried to stand his ground, one morning he and his wife and his daughter got in the car, and the car blew up. And
You went whole hard with the tragedy, didn't you?
Whoa!
Job,
You
Job
are the
wa-
Velocipaster.
Job wants to know why he walked away from it without an issue.
Gotcha.
And he has an idea. Afterwards he was really down, depressed. He was a church person, but he decided that he lost everything, his business, his family. So he joined the cloth, and he's trying to kind of use that to get community ties to maybe look into what happened and who did it exactly. And this happening is kind of really triggering him.
Okay.
Into okay, so this is fallen into my lap. God works in mysterious ways, sort of thing.
So if you were working on the case, you tell everyone at the table how you do it and gain 3 clues with a method and source based on your description. How do you envision Job looking into the Falzonis and the mob?
Well, he wants to look into Falzonis because he thinks the name might sound familiar to something he was dealing with when he was doing the concrete work. He's I think the name might be something, it might have come up when people were showing up, especially considering the type of thing that they're dealing with now, where people are being muscled out of their own shops.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that plus, since he's got the name, he's going to look into that. And I think because of his ties with the community, he's trying to look into has anyone heard this name before, either from being threatened or maybe it came up in business or maybe newspaper clippings where the name Falzoni came up.
Gotcha. So let's say you've been trying to get not in with the mob, but get as much information as you can to kind of. You may be a man of the cloth, but you are looking for a revenge.
Yeah.
So you've been gathering intel for years, let's say, and ever since you survived a unsurvivable accident, you've been looking for answers to that just as much. And let's say you've picked up some clues that didn't make sense for a while. Clues that seemed to be connected, but you can never really pin the dots together.
Yeah.
And while looking for these clues, there's more. Well, this doesn't sound stupid. There's more than one mob. Or there's fight. There's conflicts between several different sects.
I think you use it like just organized crime in general, sort of.
And so the Falzones weren't part of the mob that you were looking into. But in your general search, you found some. And so after going through some news clippings, some information you'd picked up throughout the years, you find it again. You find the Falzones, that they definitely are connected to some part of organized crime. That they are definitely part of the racketeering game. And you find a clue that...
Okay.
You find that about 10 years ago, a man named Rusty bought a bar downtown and changed the name from Falzone Lounge to Rusty's Bar.
Falzone Lounge to Rusty's Bar.
Correct.
Okay.
I know that was a little vague, but I think I'm going to say those are your 3 clues. Does the detective or Lily want to do anything in their downtime?
Yes.
Go forth, do your thing.
All right. So back at the office, I noticed that there was on the map, it kind of looked like something that could be drawn down sort of thing. I'm assuming that would be some sort of like theory board where they have like the red strings and all that kind of stuff. And with that, she's going to make she's gonna have like a giant stack of sticky notes and anything that she's learned about the what's gone on today, starting from getting the note all the way to her arriving at the office. She's going to jot every single little bit down, start slapping them on the board, and she's going to take her downtime to work the case. And now that there's a definite tie to the rift with it, she's going to be she's going to be trying to figure out if there's any... Actually, no, that's not what she's going to do. She's basically going to be making all of the connections that they have right now. Like the alley thing with the loan sharks, seeing how that ties with the convenience store thing, with the suicide, with the guy, anything that Linda told us. She's gonna jot down what was on that note that was given to the investigation group at the very beginning of the game. She's gonna write that down, slap that on a different part of the board. So she's basically gonna be working that.
So let's say you collaborate with Job over the night. He tells you what he finds, and you're kind of compiling information that you seem to have put together throughout the night. You know that there's a kid out there who thinks there are sharks. You know that his brother seems to be convinced into taking a loan from the mob. You know that a man died in the convenience store and it is a potential suicide. Job seems to be a bit convinced otherwise. You know that these thugs, when someone turned down a loan, they beat up the owner of Los Ramos and took him down.
Okay.
And you know that the Falzones are the name of the people you're looking for, and that the most recent clue you learned is that they might have connection to Rusty's bar.
Okay, so this is just me as a player trying to piece things together. I'm noticing that there is a little bit of a difference in the two attacks that I'm mostly paying attention to. For the alleyway jumping, I noticed that Michael seems to be like kind of fine with everything as it's going on. He doesn't seem to be bothered or anything with that convincement from the other person. The person convinced them that, yeah, you can take the loan, whatever. But then the flower shop guy gets beat up, and he's trying to tell Job to not get involved with it. Other dude ended up dead as a potential suicide. So there's bits and pieces that aren't quite lining up in her
But his
head.
wife, not to interrupt, but his wife did say that, like, even though she kept telling him no, he did it anyways. The guy who
Okay.
owned the shop that got killed.
Okay.
Even though she said, we don't do this, he went ahead and did it anyways, even though it was a bad idea.
Okay,
So-
then she's going to also take note of those two things lining up.
So if Michael's being like something with his mind, maybe he's not the only one.
Yeah, he seemed to not even be phased about what just happened. Like, he looked all rustled up from potentially being beaten up, and he didn't even look bothered.
Okay, detective, is there anything you want to do? You don't have to if you don't want to.
Yeah. In pizza shop. So, what first step is gonna be? We're gonna go actually order a pizza because I imagine at some point everybody's like texted and say, "Hey, we're grouping back up at the."
Yeah, I bandaged up my arm, and I plan on sleeping the night here. I think it'd be best to group up. No.
So in the group chat, you all say you're going to meet up at the All-Seeing Eye the next morning with any information you have. But detective, it sounds like you want to do something here at the pizza shop before.
Oh, I thought we were all going back tonight.
Oh, are you ordering a pizza and going back tonight?
Yeah, that was the plan.
I thought you were trying to like add a scene here. I didn't know if you were trying to do something or not.
I'm a little bit.
Perfect. Okay, cool.
but-
In order to go.
It's
you.
in order to go.
Baku's a little.
You order pizza.
Order the
Take it back
pizza.
down the street,
I
back
still
to
have
the
stuff I
coffee
want
bar.
to talk about, but I'm bringing the pizza back after it's done.
Gotcha. Okay, then take it on and go for it.
Okay, so go to the counter, call Michael over, and just kind of casual because she's been there a lot, so they kind of know each other.
Okay.
Just kind of chatting with him. Says, "So you doing all right?"
I mean, yeah, I'm doing fine. His pizza shop is doing pretty good these days, and Willie's doing good in school, so I couldn't be happier.
Really, even after that shit show out back.
I mean, I do owe them money, but it's no big deal. I mean, I'll get it to them. Don't you worry about me.
What do you owe them money for?
Oh, I just things a little bit rough over the past couple of months, and I took out a loan with them. I felt like I really needed it. I really should take out a loan, so I did.
Why do you feel the need to take out a loan? The business is doing great, right?
Well,
I mean, look around.
hard times for everyone here. We're doing okay. Customers are happy, but the old oven just broke out back. We've been trying to use only one oven, and so it's going to be a big deal to try to bring in a new one. So I borrowed some money. I bought a new one. It's coming soon, and it really helps the business. But and I've got a good friend. I've got a good friend who's willing to lend me some money.
She just kind of tilts her head and says,
A friend.
a good friend.
Oh,
The
you
person
know,
you borrowed money from, or somebody else who's helping you out?
I've got such I've got such a low credit because all those years of being a dumb kid in the city, and none of the banks wanted to give me any money. It's just. So I found a guy who was willing to give me money, and he just talked me into a really good deal. I think he's really a godsend. He came in exactly when I needed him.
Really? Mind giving me his name, his number, maybe? I'm trying to start something up and could actually use the help.
No, he prefers to be a more mysterious benefactor. He doesn't like me giving out his name. Are you trying to convince him to give you give you information?
Yes, I am.
Could you roll me to convince someone? Use your relevant power tags. You will be taking a -3 for influenced.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go with search for evidence. What do you think? Be there for each other? Probably.
Not really.
Let's see. Do I have anything under those other ones? Are the new power tags stuff that we can add later, or are they options that we have now?
They're tags you can get when you give 3 attention to your theme card.
Okay.
I mean, you could pull some of your police work if you want to try to pull that.
Do you think that would work? We'll go with that. And do these reset after a certain amount of time, or do they just stay through the course
You
of the
can
game?
use your power tags as many times as you want, unless you
Okay.
burn a tag.
Was the with the attention thing, the
What do you
calling attention.
Oh,
You
the
said you
attention-
could use the new powers with the attention things.
Yes, if you get, it's like XP. If you get 3 attention, you get a new power tag.
Okay, is that something that you give out? I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, that's something that when you use a weakness tag, or if you invoke a weakness tag, or if I ask you to use a weakness tag, you can get attention that way. Or if you do something that is directly in line with your mystery, which is the little question you have on your card there, or your identity. If you kind of follow that in the story, then you get attention that way as well.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Then I think I only have. Would you go with private investigator? I think you went with it for Lily.
I mean, yeah, if you want to use that as what you're doing, you just need to describe what you're doing with it.
I don't think it would apply because she's just trying to convince him to, hey, she's basically lying to him and saying, hey, I actually need some money to help a brother out. So let's see. Yeah, I think those would be the only 2 that end up applying. So, roll that convince. That is a 7.
Even with your tags?
Even with the tags.
On a 79.
Mild success.
Okay.
So he is going to give in a little, but protect his own agenda.
Okay.
And he's gonna say, "Hey, I mean, I feel you. I really do. It's a rough world out there, so I can't give you his name, but I know he's got a little office down at the Rusty's bar."
I can usually find him there.
Well, that's where he or his coworkers, his assistants, they stay down there. He and his friends kind of spend a lot of time there.
Gotcha. Well,
And with that, I think we're gonna leave this game on a cliffhanger. We've gotten
Okay.
through about half of the story. You've done a lot of good investigation work, but we simply don't have the time to keep playing right
Gonna
now.
get-
We will have to find a time we can continue with Crew 1 Part 2. So we'll let you know when that's gonna happen. We never know when that's gonna happen.
Follow
it's
us on
me,
follow us on Twitter
about?
or our Instagram. You can find the information, any updates for that, I guess, right?
Yeah, no worries.
Part 2 is going to be
Um,
very juicy.
I'm going to close this out on a
This
little
is the
bit of
one
an
of the-
epilogue,
this is the one of the
little
game.
teaser. But if you'd like to go in the overlay order, just tell us about who